you. Don't let me catch you slipping by. Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these
this be another knot to tie around my bed at night? I know I've lost the fight to erase your face, my mind. Awake, I lie here staring up beyond the sky. Oh.
now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. As I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. Let me all of the pain seems to follow like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. As I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. Let me
Hello, PUBG fans. We are back with more North American action moving through as we've got two more groups that are going to be dueling it out to finally find out who are going to be our top teams moving on to the grand finals to compete against Latin America and who's going to be going over to those last chance qualifiers. Hi, Pac, man. It's been, let's be real, it's been a pretty hectic week of PUBG action so far.
Yeah, it has a couple of really exciting games. Like I said, I was talking yesterday, leaderboard overall, and those two crunch spots are very, very tightly contested. So the last day is going to be very interesting.
Take a quick look at the overall leaderboard. You can see Oath sitting pretty comfortably up at the top, a pretty hefty lead of their own. But remember, Group B is not playing today. We're going to be looking at Groups A and C. So whenever you look on the left of all of these names, you see B on it, they're just going to be sitting back and watching with you guys inside a chat and whichever area you're watching it at right now. So opportunities abound for teams like Sonic, Zenith Esports, TSM, Ascendance Esports, who had themselves a pretty decent run earlier this week as well. We've had a lot of curveball teams coming in here and doing pretty surprise factors, I would say, Hypoc. Any other teams that you've really got your eye on?
Ascendants again. Honestly, they've really impressed me previously on the other match days. A couple of other teams kind of heating up, and a few teams I don't want to say letting their foot off the gas. Afromaniacs, one that stands out to me. They had a really solid day previously, and I don't think they've been able to maintain that. Another one that eyes go towards Veritas for me. They've shown glimmers of hope. Inability to close out a couple of end game situations has been frustrating to say the least, but I definitely think they've got what it takes to do so. And these are a couple of teams that we look at the leaderboard. I mean, Dodge, yes, 124 points, but the likelihood that Ascendants find one or more points today, Matt, is fairly high.
So when we're looking at this, remember, it's going to be our top 6 teams that move on, go to the grand finals. After that, teams 7 through, I think it's 14, are going to be moving on, compete against Latin America and the last chance qualifiers, which are going to be happening this weekend. So there's a
Right.
lot of things that are stacking together as we move through this. Should also be noted, this is important for a lot of other reasons because, let's be real, we can see the fact that Shoot to Kill now is TSM, and there have been a lot of little contract gifts going around on Twitter right now. So, a lot of these teams have signings that could be coming down the lines or at least hinting that they have something coming in. And these teams need to make big changes right now, or not even big changes, just perform here to showcase their abilities to these new teams.
Yeah, I think we look at a couple of other rosters. I mean, Oath's a big storyline, right? Finishing up very strong, getting themselves 5 chicken dinners across their entire group stages. So
Yeah.
they've set the bar at 220. I think Sonics are previously, I know CD6 was firing off some numbers to us, but basically need 52 points, obviously, to tie things up. And their previous days, 64, 49, and 55. So it's looking like actually, Sonics can repeat their previous performance. They might just be able to catch up and close that distance on Oath tonight.
Looking at the KPG for all 4 of these members for Sonics is just mind blowing to be playing at this level and all of them be holding down. Like, look, we've got 2 members between Shrimsy and Tiggleton that are hanging out right at a essentially 2 KPJ, all right, KPG. Then we've got Mime that's back behind that a little bit, H-Win just right in between them. And playing at this level and constantly being able to put up this many kills is extremely pivotal on how we're seeing them get so many points.
Yeah, and for me, the stat that stands out even greater than that is all of them. I mean, mine sat at 300 ADR, but all of them sat above 300. It just goes to show how proactive these guys have been. And again, it's a real testament to these guys. I guess leaning heavily on their strengths. Obviously, Mime wasn't present during ESL, but they've come back here to the group stages and absolutely bounced back. They've looked fantastic, and it's always really exciting to see these frag heavy games from Sonics.
Oh, yeah. And I think that we're going to be in for a treat of a frag fest today as well, because whenever we're looking across these teams, a lot of them are going to be on the hunt for points, most notably trying to catch up to Oath's positioning right there. But there's a lot of other teams that are going to be eyeing Spicy Fish's positioning, as well as actually Team Eternity, Afromaniacs. While we are still looking at everything on the overall leaderboard, top 6 are very pivotal. Everybody at least wants to get into a comfortable position moving in to at least be in the top 14. So even whenever we're looking back over here, like these placements around where Rumblers are at, No Cap, like all of these spots still have the capability to move as well. So there's a lot to keep your eyes on, and specifically, a lot of these teams are probably going to be coming in with a frag mindset to secure those 1 or 2 points that they need per round guaranteed.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary to really. I mean, Edge is the only team from B sitting outside. Obviously, Liberate just in. We've obviously not playing today. But everybody on that right side, effectively, I mean, what's a 30 to 35 point swing, right? So it's definitely doable, especially if some of these teams towards the top do kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit. And then actually, tactical 8 and 11th, only 89. So there's lots of potential here for a lot of movement, especially in that second cutoff, as you've said, in 7th to 14th.
We haven't had a chance. Well, we're not going to have a chance really today to talk about them too much. But sitting at the top of that leaderboard is Oath. Whenever we look through what all they've been able to do and the successes that they had, I at least want to give them and Spicy Fish a big shout out for their performances as we've moved through here. See the Dodge's position. Oh, there we go. Oath's lined up against Sonics right now. You can see that naturally chicken dinners separating them out. And remember, they've had an extra day of play versus Sonics. So when you're looking at the damage numbers, the kill numbers, total points, they still have 5 more games that they've been sitting on. But all things considered, we got a very hefty eye, and just again, kudos over to Oath. They came out and they performed in a very pivotal situation, and they strung together a beautiful set of games.
Yeah, they did. It's one thing I will say is it's one they're kind of considered loose cannons, right? And for me, it was them showing some real kind of discipline in the late game to make sure that they're kind of keeping the overall objective the main priority, right? The tendency with these guys, sometimes you let them off the leash and they'll want to go frag. I'm looking at you, Snakers. It's been really good to see these guys kind of really keep each other in check. There were a couple of situations yesterday where, I'm thinking about that Miramar game where they had total control of the zone. And there was like this 3 to 5 minute kind of, stalemate where nobody was really making moves. And obviously there's a tendency there to want to get aggressive and kind of clean the game up. But they allowed the circle to play it out and ultimately farmed pretty much every single kill point that was still available. And another hot topic, that Snake is clutch, man. That game on Erangel was just insane to watch.
I mean, Oath has just been consistently performing and in a more subtle way. Like, I know that a lot of conversation that's been going on around roster swaps and signings and everything else like that, but Oath has just maintained a constant consistency. While it hasn't always been at the top of the leaderboard in the number 1 position, them and Sonics have been able to maintain stability for a very long time. And we talk about this. That's one of the keys to success inside of PUBG. And Oath is just so consistent at this stage right now. And if anything, it feels like every event that they play in, they're just finding more opportunities and getting a little bit more polished, having a little bit more faith in their plays as they try to execute them. And like you're talking about, realizing whenever they have the threat assessment capabilities to play it a little bit slower or a little bit faster. And that's what you want to see coming out from these teams.
It is indeed. I think as well. I mean, you make it, but the big thing for Kickstart stepping into this, and I said this a couple of times yesterday, the biggest concern, really, when you think about it, would have been like the macro element, right? And looking at the way they rotate and even being considerate of things in the early game. I know on Erangel they've had a couple of problems with Spicy Fish and a few other teams over towards the southeast that have caused problems for them, but there's none of this kind of desperation to what they're doing. They're kind of keeping their strategy in mind, not really too bothered about timings, but like you said, it's kind of that threat management or the risk management in the early game that allows them to keep 4 up. And again, on paper, these guys are absolutely insane. You get these guys to the end game, especially 4 strong. I mean, even 2 strong with Snake and Bale yesterday. It's amazing to see them kind of develop over time, and really that early on concern not even be a factor for me.
Okay, guys, we've been doing a little bit of overtalk, and I know you guys love looking at leaderboards and hearing us talk about everything, but it sounds like the game is getting ready to take off. So we're going to go ahead and start positioning up on that, starting everything off on Miramar. I believe we have 3 games that we're going to be running through Miramar, and then last 2 on Erangel. Kicking it off, you can see that we're over Torre, and then going to be ending up just a little bit north of Valdemar.
As again, Miramar, a few times we've had a lot of congestion down around Los Leones, and this time it's a bit of a stretch. So possibly some audible calls here, I guess, creating an overlap elsewhere. Let's see, Gravity and Fabled, who Fabled had a rough time yesterday, Matt. Particularly in the early game. Again, a couple of situations where I don't know if they're calling audibles or switching up the drop spots or just trying to find themselves some space, but they just couldn't. They couldn't find a clean drop.
Well, when we're looking at this, are we expecting the more capabilities of having a couple of these teams mix it up, or do you think that's something we might be seeing later? The contested drops as we're rotating from group to group, I know that can sometimes cause confusion, but let's be real. Most of these players at this stage know each other, and it does look like we're getting that separation out. When with a little bit of a mix-up, as Pinta is a kind of aggressively going for a vehicle, I think, right next to where No Cap is at. And you can see, yep, I'm going to go ahead and not be able to get that one out, but he's going to go ahead and run the Car 98. I'm not going to be opposed to him taking a couple of long-range shots. Oh! Penta!
What?
Getting the shot on Plube. Don't take that vehicle away from him again.
Dude, that was actually an insane shot. Did he have a scope next to him the whole time? I don't know, he just picked up, it looked like a scope.
Doesn't matter.
That was
Doesn't
insane.
matter. That made me happy.
That was insane. And this is I've talked about this a couple of times. TSM and kind of asserting their dominance in the early game, just letting any team know you drop near us, you're going to have problems. There's no freebies in TSM territory. And right there, I mean, it's a bite. At that point, it's like, yeah, send out a couple of warning shots. But Penta doubles down and finds the knock, man. What a start.
Oh my God. And on the other end of that, the fact that those guys, No Cap has to be pretty sad about losing a member already at this stage. And they're not even going to get the vehicle unless they opt into moving into Penta's territory, which at this stage, I think they're going to be a little bit hesitant on. It means the fact that was just a complete sacrifice play.
They ain't going for that bite. There's no way. If that's me, I'm making sure that I'm rotating as far away as possible when Penta's hitting shots like that.
We did have the circle pop, and it is going to be up to the northeast. So teams like KEKW at TSM, Veritas, all going to be in pretty comfortable positions, as well as Zenith, holding off a little bit to the south of that. You can see that we're doing a quick pass over San Martin just to the west of where we saw TSM just a second ago. ATC is going to be holding down this position. This has been something we've seen from them for quite a while now. And our very weird game that we had over the weekend, we did see the fact that there were some shenanigans going on with them and Power Grid. So if you guys remember that, you guys should be remembering the fact that they have been dropping there for a while. Going to go ahead and get the vehicle control. Should be perfectly fine. Most teams not going to be looking at too big of a rotation, except for Ascendants. But that being said, it feels like every single time Ascendants has to do a long rotation, they have themselves a good game.
Yeah, I think they've been really good at actually getting themselves into a spot, at least at back end of Circle 1 as it closes in. Not necessarily to be able to scout in, but at least kind of lay out the path, right? And whether that is kind of taking team fights and fighting their way into circles, they've looked good either way. You're absolutely right, Matt. And actually a few games, actually, they've come through with like double-digit kills, even getting into kind of the end of Phase 4. The Pozo game yesterday was just absolutely insane to watch. It's good to see kind of I don't want to say a new team, but a team that you wouldn't necessarily consider being kind of hyperactive like that and looking very comfortable doing it.
Exactly. Like whenever I came into this, I said it last time I was casting, I didn't really have my eyes so focused on Ascendants, but I feel like they have done a great job in performing and showcasing their capabilities. The other end of this, Veritas is another team that I was hoping to have a lot come out for them, and you know that they're very disappointed in their present positioning at 12th place. That said, a couple of games, you can see the fact that there's a lot of teams, whenever they're looking above it, T8's not playing today, 4F, ETR, there's capabilities for them to string together a couple of games and climb quite frequently. Question comes into play is how much can they get today?
Looking at now, Veritas, another team we talk about. We're looking over the leaderboard and got themselves a decent spot here in Circle 1. There's not going to be an awful lot of pressure over this side. I've got Zenith slightly down to the south, KEKW over to the west here, but going to be able to maintain this split. Now, actually look at it. I mean, Comet's the only real team I'd say that would consider an extreme east wrap into this Circle 1. Maybe No Cap and Sonics are going to look for a more central route in, but you got to say a lot of these teams are going to lean towards that west and north side. So Veritas really, I mean, they can play a good chunk of this circle. I mean, taking into consideration if it does center up, they're still going to be in a very, very good spot.
TSM taking a couple of shots at ATC as they're leaving San Martin. That's no big surprise. A couple of pretty much just control territory shots as well. TSM has themselves a pretty hefty control over the western part of the, I guess, the central section of the circle as they make their approach. Like you were talking about just a second ago, Hypoc, we've got a lot of teams that could be rotating up into the north, but with the way that this circle is structured, it feels like a lot of the good control points are naturally going to be along Death Star Trench cutting out of Azahar, the hills to the north and south of that. Rotating into the more flat lands that are going to be to the north, do you think that's going to force them to maybe try to make a little bit more of a centered play than some of these teams would want to if they take that northern route?
I think so, yeah. Obviously, it's you got to weigh up in the risks on a plane path like this, where you've got to take into consideration some teams making audibles. It really relies on getting out there early, getting some information, pulling up to a spot where, potentially, wide open high ground where you can scout. But there are lots of teams that on a circle like this that they'll try and send it straight in. Maybe as 4 pull up on a team that's already dropped in within that circle 1 pop. It might still be kind of in a split formation, whether they're still in their looting phase or what. So you've definitely got to be careful.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of teams condense along those hills that we were talking about just a moment ago. ATC bumping in. Looks like they have bumped into Keck W that's going to be controlling that area. Just a couple of shots in between them. Veritas is going to be just the east of that. Gas cans that we saw just a moment ago are going to be moving into those compounds that are just at the end of the road leading out of Azahar, where it kind of hits the crossroads, where you see the 4-point split on it. So a lot of our teams are getting pretty clustered, but whenever we've seen the circle in this area pretty frequently lately, the fact that it can actually have a lot of different areas for these teams to hide out just due to the vertical, I don't even want to say the vertical nature of it, just the rolling hills and all these little dips and little like cubby holes that you can find places to hide in. So these teams can get quite close to each other without even actually taking shots at each other, just because vision is going to be a little bit rough. As you can see, Pinta's trying to get a little bit more of an idea on what's going on. Does spot out one, but it took him a while to get to that point just due to the nature of the terrain around this location.
Yeah, and I've just got my eye on 2 of the teams we were talking about, No Cap and Sonics, that we're considering, at least positioned as if they were going to make this wrap into the east, and they're both actually crossing paths right now, just outside Azahar. You can see No Cap actually set up on the hillside. Now we know already from what happened in the early game, No Cap are 1 down, but I think they've sent shots out early enough to keep Sonics at bay and force them to go a little further north. Now, important really for a team like No Cap to make sure that happens. They don't want anybody pulling up on their doorstep or setting up close enough where, potentially a team fight comes out and they're already at that disadvantage.
I'm actually fairly curious on how we're going to see Sonics handle this rotation on coming into the east right now. I don't know where their stop point's going to be at, and whenever we're looking at everything, you can see that 300's running a quite wide split. Sonic's coming into the east right over where we see Nefer were at. So the positioning of 300, while it gives them a lot of vision and potentially control, they are fairly spread out with a lot of teams still rotating and could be putting into contesting positions. For the time being, we can see that 300 should be able to regroup pretty well, but with threats like Sonics now moving into this area, they have Veritas that's set up on a fairly similar line to them. This is just going to get a little bit more difficult as this progresses for them to firmly regroup.
There's lots of teams, actually. Rumbler's one of the furthest south right now inside the circle, but Hardshifts and Ascendants still outside, still got to make their way in, but Rumblers find themselves in an awful lot of space. Comet's just over to the east side. See how proactive they are in putting this space to good use, because nobody playing the south side of the Azahar Road. It's literally, you could draw a line through just south of the center of this circle and nobody opting for the south. Now, it would be fairly chaotic if we saw a south shift here, considering how many people are stacking up towards the center and towards the north. There's a huge emphasis on the north side here as well.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of noticing, is the amount of teams that are planning for this to go more north than it presently is. We've seen the fact that, no surprise, there's kind of an open fields to the very far north around Torre, but whenever we even look around water treatment plant, you can see just how open it is to the west, and just like that, it's going to cut over the west. I forgot, Hypoc, I'm not supposed to talk whenever the circles pop because I make them too cruel. So now, oh my God, look at the amount of teams that have to rotate.
Yeah, and the problem is now is that any of these teams that are kind of over towards the east of the center of Circle 1, if they consider a wrap, there are still some latecomers. There are still lots of teams lingering on the edge. TS just now coming in past Torre on the north side, 300 still outside Tierra as well. Sonic's actually the one that your eyes draw straight to. We're looking for a more direct route, and they're pulling right in and amongst Veritas, actually.
A couple of shots are going between them. Keck W also getting pretty close to ATC's positioning whenever we're looking to a little bit more north of this. ATC going to do a good job on controlling that one out, take a couple of shots and force them to reposition away from it. We are starting to see the cluster around the east getting a little bit more dangerous as it goes. So ATC is going to go ahead and send back over, and you can see Fabled's positioning looking into gravity as everybody's starting to make a little bit more of an approach around these different areas. Keep in mind, there is about a quarter of this circle that is mostly flatlands, hay bales, stuff like that. If teams have to, they'll make the sacrifice play and going there, but nobody wants to do that yet. So instead, everybody is trying to claim positionings to the east. And that means the fact that a lot of these paths are starting to get very similar, and these teams are kind of Mad Max bumping into each other as they're making approaches.
Yeah, it's looking as NoCap now actually look to shadow Sonics and follow in their footsteps over towards the east. But again, I think Menox just caught wind of Mime. We're going to send it a little further north. Now, Hardshifts are going to be able to slip in pretty much unopposed on the south side. We know they were one of the teams that was latest actually coming in. And again, if they can identify that there's so much space on the west side, they're going to have free pickings here, because I don't think, looking at it, there's going to be many other teams kind of rotating west past gas cans and TSM. So all that space you were talking about, Matt, is going to be wide open.
If you make the commitment to the stage, great. If the circle pops on you and you're inside those fields around those hay bales and the circle continues to stay there, phenomenal. If it moves away, though, look at the amount of long-range weapons that are going to be having vision on that positioning. At this point, I agree that Hardships realize that it's one of the few ways that they can rotate through, and they just cross the fields entirely, get themselves into a safe position. True Sight, living up to their name, trying to get a little bit more vision at the time, but there's no real teams around them this far north. Almost everybody's cutting through the center section from the east, and that's where the cluster's coming into play. And you can see that Sonics did shift a little bit further south to Azahar, playing the hillside that's just right along the trench positionings, where we saw Rumblers trying to make a little bit of a play just a second ago. So with this, everybody's still got those dips that we were talking about a moment ago that they can kind of hide and position in. But it's getting to a kind of scary stage where a lot of these guys know the fact that they have neighbors and are very hesitant to peek over these hilltops.
It's a point like this. I mean, if you've survived through a hardship like that, as 25 seconds away from closing altogether, you don't want to give anything away here. Maybe just send out a few warning shots, let people know you're there. But a team fight at this stage, really what these teams are necessarily looking for is NoCap actually get themselves all the way into the edge, I guess just southwest of Tierra in the high ground here. So it's a little bit of space.
I'm surprised. I thought we would have had way more problems for a lot of these teams making that rotation, but everybody managed to find their own way to navigate it through, and we still only have the pentakill at the very beginning of this being the only blood that has been drawn so far.
You realize, see, circle pose. You go slightly off center here, but still, large chunk of this, the west side of the road at least, relatively unopposed. It's 4 teams essentially to the west side of the road. Everybody else over the other side is Zenith lighting up the kill feed onto Veritas.
Yeah, Veritas was trying to roll through. Zenith had a line set up and in position. On the other side of this, you can see Sonics looking down the hillside. They've got to be a little bit careful as they have threats approaching pretty close. Comets rolls right up in their face, but Tig manages to get some damage out. But he is going to go down. The approaching vectors behind this mine to try and bring a little bit of reinforcements. Spots it out, gets it down on a second one. Looks back up the hillside, trying to take him through. Sees the vehicle in the distance, but doesn't care. Mine feels like he's got control. Taking the shots, gets the third one down. Looking back for it and decides, okay, this might be a little bit too much. Let's just go ahead and take control of what we've got and make sure we keep our teammates alive.
Yeah, really, really well played by Mime there to double down on that aggression, make sure he secures the third kill as well. Comet's down to just one member now who was trying to play anchor. Meanwhile, Ascendants now, gas cans knocking on the door of the long building here, and actually both teams pulling up here. They're ready for the scrap. It's a full 4v4.
Gascan's Oldless in a high point position on it. Raven's going to be popping up from the other angle. Spots out Oldless, takes him down. Eicherman's got vision on this, going to go ahead and get a return knock back into this point. So quick exchange between both as high ground positioning is being very vital right now. Maji's got an idea on how this could be rolling through, but Isak gets vision, gets a little bit of damage, but takes too much damage in return. Goes down, and now a little bit more pressure starting to mount on Ascendance's side, trying to figure out how they're going to get this. Maji gets vision on what's going on, but has to figure out how he wants to handle the threats that are approaching. Like he slows it down just a touch, throws out a little bit of utility, going to try to cover to let his teammates get the res, does actually get a knock on top of it. Purdy going down off this, comes back around on the other angle, and good plays with this positioning. Maji going to go ahead and pick it up.
As soon as that pressure comes in, TSM there to third party. I think Kurt actually picking up 2 knocks throughout that, as elsewhere, Sonics and Rumblers now. We know this was just on the other side of the road. Sonic's still trying to recover from that engagement from Comets, and Rumblers now looking to punish it, but Jerry and Lost getting knocked fairly early on in the engagement. Good sway it back in Sonic's favor, but there you go. Wardog going to find Shrimsy. The attempts to drive by.
Okay, so we've got Sonics still trying to fight their way through this one. Cherry down in the distance, Shrimsy down. Waldo gets dropped pretty quickly as well. So with this, Sonic's going to be able to get a little bit more control. Should be able to get their res as well. Blue Zone is on their heels. One of their members out inside of it, but it's not too bad. They've got a territory that they can control for a while now. So it should be able to creep forward, and the zone's not too far away, so no big losses coming out of this. But Ascendance, to the south of this, we saw the fact TSM was taking shots in their fight just a moment ago. They're about to have to make a move on TSM, who's high ground fortified on it. New circle pops. Keck W feeling pretty good about it, as well as ATC and 300. But a lot of the teams to the north, specifically around Cruda Valle, are going to have a little bit of trouble in how they're wanting to make this rotation.
Yeah, 3 teams now, and there's not an awful lot to play inside the new zone here on the north side. TS going to make a move towards the south side of Cruz, maybe look to try and gatekeep the city here, but elsewhere, I mean, everything south of that is open terrain. ATC already holding on to the compound on the roadside, and 300, as you've already said, over on the west side of the road in acres of space.
So many of the teams are all playing north or east. It's kind of opened up. You were talking about the fact that hardships were going to have pretty positioning, and they have been able to hold down for quite a while, but there's been some other beneficiaries of this, most notably 300. Keck W decides to make the cross around the road. They do have one of their members that's down right now, but I don't think that they're going to be able to go back for it, and it's going to be actually Pinta and TSM picking up yet another long-range kill on a fight that's happening around them.
See, Keck W actually did make a little move to get across to the west side of the road. I guess trying to play the long con on this. The Ascendant's now going to try and pull up on TSM's compound. Kurt out in the open now. Maybe going to pressure this pull up here, but actually does find the knocks. He's not going to fall. Halo finds Raven as well. Falling apart already for Ascendants on this pull up.
Ascendants don't have any clear cover except for one, and Purdy is just holding them down. The other side of it's going to be Alo, and look at that, 8 kills for TSM, but look, Sonics sees the opportunity, trying to light it up, trying to connect more shots into it, are going to move up to 7 kills of their own. 2 high priority targets, and really hanging out at the top of the leaderboard, now starting to contest against each other at this stage. Zenith also taking long range shots in this, and Mime's got to play this a little careful, but he is going to step away, now moving up to 8 kills for Sonics.
Sonics are so desperate to third party that and confirm these kills. The TSM are just like, we just had another team pull it up on us. We've already done the hard work. Sonics come in, we find 2 kills, put TSM down to just Alo and Kurt. And actually, Hardshifts fully aware of this. Lobes has actually crossed the road all the way onto the east side now, with Detreats and Chubba still in the distance. Sonics now did receive a little bit of pressure from Zenith during that engagement with TSM, but no real damage done. Zenith make their move into the circle, and no cap still. I was going to say, by the skin of their teeth, not for much longer. Adit and Menox getting destroyed as they try and reposition.
Yeah, Minox was chilling on 1 HP from that point. They still have another member back behind him. It's going to be Sigsy that was trying to make a play. He's not going to be able to get anything out of it. Good play coming out from True Sight to defend up around this positioning. So hopefully we'll be able to see Minox be able to get a res back over towards his teammate that was down at the time. And look at that, Barry Vibe's going to go ahead and spot out Sneak Attack as well, get it down onto him. Fabled and No Cap both having to deal with a lot of struggles as True Sight's got a lot of control and vision on this positioning. On the other side, it's going to be Gravity. Circle's going to pop, and yet again, 300 finds themselves in a beautiful position.
Actually, Sonics tried to be the ones to make a move first over on the southeast side, and Shrimsy and Mime actually going to get punished for it. Zenith, Hardshifts, and TSM all putting some damage down on them, and now Honey Badger on the back of seeing Shrimsy fall to try and come through and take this high ground here. This should be a really good spot actually for Zenith. They've got themselves up to 4 kills quietly through the mid game here. Actually in phase 5 should be able to put themselves in a really good position to earn some more.
Yeah, I was just thinking that position is going to be so strong, least capable of inflicting some wounds on Sonics or in TSM. And look at that leaderboard right now. TSM is just behind Zenith, and right above them is going to be Sonic. So this is going to be a good position for them to play, and actually moving a little bit more aggressive into this. Poonage is going to roll right up into a little bit closer of a position. Side flanks are going to be coming in. Sonics have to be very careful around this. TSM wants no part of what's happening, is going to continue to make their way into north and try to get some positioning out of this. But Tig playing around this point, and H-Win's still up for the team. Have to be very, very cautious. A down here is near on dead, but H-Win says the fact that don't have to worry about it. I just have to get the downs that I see in front of me. Takes the shots, but doesn't get the down on Zenith. That is going to force them to go a little bit further north and potentially moving into a gatekeeping position.
TSM hearing this, they come through as well. Sparking actually finds a nutty headshot, actually a one tap onto Tiggleton out in the open. Might actually be Kurt that's able to steal this away if he spots out where Tiggleton's knocked. At the very least, we'll be able to pick up H-Win on the way in, and if he doesn't fall to the blue, which he does. So Sonic's out in 11. TSM actually survived for the time being. Kurt spotted out Sparking as well, getting more damage coming through. Sparking on fire today.
Just beautiful plays. Stayed back, covered his teammates off of their approach. If you're wondering why we saw Sonics die to blue zone, it's because the teams around them, they know TSM's on one side, Zenith's on the other side. They don't want to feed any points to anybody. So instead, they just run it back to the blue to say the fact that we're not making out of this anyway. Gonna go ahead and go down. Pretty long range shot should be coming out from this one. Whenever I see the fact that Zenith's hitting the shots on that one, D-Treats though, trying to make sure he gets a little bit of damage on a TSM, but look at the fancy feet for Alo, managing to dodge them all, get into a little bit safer of a spot inside that dip. Problem with it is they still have to continue making their way north, and TSM is not safe, and they still have Zenith. It's going to be playing high ground point right next to him.
Yeah, this is tricky for TSM. I mean, they don't want to open up here and shoot back towards hard shifts. Actually, Alo going to try and grab a vehicle and make some moves here as takes more damage once again. Kurt, all the way in the blue, I think just trying to med this out for the time being. Not many options for TSM here with Zenith positioned so close to the edge. They're kind of just on Alo to try and get something done.
Zenith doesn't even seem like they care about what's happening over here. They're going to hear the shots, and they know who the target is. It's going to be the team coming in back behind them. So with the shift, now we can see the circle's going to be moving a little bit less friendly for 300, but with this, the shots that were going into Fable's way is going to buy them a little bit more safety for now. But the positioning that they're playing, a lot of teams could maybe have their eyes set for there, so they have to be a little bit cautious. It's going to be another move coming up for Zenith as well as TSM's last member up, and it's going to be Alo. I don't know if Alo is going to be able to move too much more as the hard shifts are moving aggressively, and that might sponsor Zenith to get a little bit more aggressive inside of this fight as well.
Loeb's now looking to try and clean this up after seeing Kurt fall to the blue. It should be a matter of time. I think Alo actually dies to that next nade. He does indeed. Loeb's going to pick it up. Hardshifts put their second kill on the board as Chubba now way over to the west. Got to relay this information, but Hardshifts got to make moves. Again, there's not an awful lot to play here. These ridges already controlled by, I got to say, Zenith on the east side, 300 over on the west as well.
Zenith very quickly moves to this hillside, realizing the fact that it's one of the few points that they can get enough information to try to make some type of decision on how they're wanting to handle what's going on in front of them. It's going to be ATC, oddly enough, that's going to be holding down two angles around them. Just to their northwest, I'd say that's more northwest, is going to be Norcus, but Norcus repositions much closer, crosses the road, and moves into a highly aggressive position into Zenith's point. Gonna go ahead and throw the grenade, lands beautifully right on top of Honey Badger, and now Zenith knows the fact that they've got some troubles real close to him. I have to play this one carefully. Jinboy is gonna go ahead and prep a nade of his own, knows exactly where ATC is trying to move. Sparking yet again a headshot onto Marselect to take him down, but it's gonna be a return nade coming out from Melon to make sure to secure that kill onto Honey Badger. ATC did manage to take him down, but you can see some damage has come out onto Zenith. But it's going to be a continual move up as Zenith doesn't want anybody aggressing next to them. And any trolls in chat is just taking drop after drop that's coming at them. Just a rock to protect Norcus right now. And he was the guy that was running into this. He is in a world of trouble. He's going to go down. And Zenith are just taking this fight with utmost control.
They are. They positioned perfectly to try and gatekeep him. ATC actually made an early move out, which I liked. They were willing to take this fight. And unfortunately, then it's just winning back-to-back utility damage trade-offs and the gunfights when it matters here. The molly going to come through for good measure. There you go. Shimboy cleans things up. Icy Flex falls. We got our top 8. Really, really well played by Zenith there.
Well, that's pretty much the entirety of the East now controlled by Zenith. On the other side, you can see Gravity has made a quick push into 300's positioning. There's a lot of teams that got vision on what's happening right now. Harch is starting to move into this point as well. While we saw Neverhorse still alive, but that's where he's going to be taking the damage from. He has to drop down as well as Chubba that's in a close range position to him. Gravity did manage to step into the point and usurp the area that we saw 300 playing just a moment ago, but it came with some casualties as well. So a lot of very damaged teams trying to limp their way into the circle and try to find some way to survive it through. Finally getting a little bit more distance, but you can see Neverhorse, even though he's the last member up, he still wants to see if maybe he can secure another kill point for his squad.
Zenith actually get an opportunity to play effectively on the roadside here if everybody should fall. A really good opportunity. I mean, nobody except Red Rider inside this next zone.
They fought hard to get that position from ATC, and the reward is very obvious right now. TS has an idea on what's going on. You can see Red Rider's looking at Chubba, though. Knows exactly what's going on with Neverhorror. Gets the shots into him. Comes at a lot of damage, but he drops back down. Issue is, Sparking, I think, saw that and is now eyeing this positioning. I don't think he has clean sight lines for it, but Gravity also heard it and is looking to their south. So while he did manage to get the kill, Chubb is going to have to figure out some way to ninja his way through these foothills to try to find some safe point to play from.
Shimboy and Poonage already making moves. Try and take control of the next zone. Sparking going to continue playing anchor, which we did see him earlier as well, doing a lot of damage in the process, but in a position where he can relay some of this information to his teammates. Gravity actually under a bit of pressure here from Fabled. Sparking will find Chubba, and that's Zenith's 10 kills on the board now.
Sparking has just been phenomenal so far this game. The way he's been playing in specifically precarious positionings, he's lined up headshot upon headshot and specifically pivotal moments to get Zenith into this stage of the game. If anything, it feels like he's just continuing to warm up. But Fabled has a little bit of vision on what's going on with Zenith right now. Takes a couple of shots, at least forces them out of that point. But all said, Zenith has control over the center of the circle, and it's all the other teams that are right on the edge of the zone trying to figure out how they're going to handle this. Snowcap, while they did take the first loss of this game, still has Minox that's managed to survive through some really rough points, and those rough points are going to continue as Fable finally spots him out. Simply Matt's going to connect to take him down, and there we go. We've got our top 4 teams.
Yes, and Minox making it to fifth place. I can't even get my words out there after losing one so early on here. And good recovery or salvage, I should say. The first game of the night here. Berry Vibes now actually trying to open up and some sight lines onto Gravity. Gravity actually able to find a couple of ridges to play, and Fabled now the ones that I gotta say at a disadvantage here. They have to move, and there's nothing in front of their shack to play to.
As you say that, Barry Vibe hits the shots onto one. Simply Matt's trying to juke his way through, but there's not a lot of options to work with. Gravity looking one side, TS on the other side. TS getting a little bit more aggressive with it, but Two Sites Barry Vibes has an idea on what's going on. Red Rider lines up, though, and gets vision on Gravity, and looks like that's the way they're wanting to focus it. Red Rider, though, goes down whenever he revealed his position. Shinboy spots it out, but Barry still has a little bit of a ledge, or a little bit of a dip that he can play to try to get the res. Now, Gravity on the other side has to figure out how they're wanting to handle this. Exchanges going back between these teams is really just opening up more potential for Zenith to step into points and take more and more control, and specifically sightlines, as they now know where almost every single team is trying to move from.
And Shinboy actually going to find a molly knock onto Berry here on the rock. If they've got any more utility they can try and convert that with, I think they're going to leave it for the time being. Try and focus on Gravity. I guess anticipating Gravity to make moves on the back of that knock coming through in the kill feed.
True Sight, what are you going to do from here? There's so few options. You still have Fable that's right next to you. It looks like that could be their target, saying maybe they can get a little bit more. But a rock is going to protect Simply Matt for a while.
That's perfect.
Molotovs are going to come in and
It's
finally
perfect.
connects onto him. Barry needed that. They're going to look now and has the threat of Zenith holding down position. But do note, Zovran did manage to line up a shot. Does get one of the members down. So with this, Zenith playing in the center in a very dangerous position. They were using this to get a ton of vision to work with, and it pays off on one side of it, as they do manage to take down Gravity. But True Sight still holding down a point to the north. Zenith knows exactly where they're at. How are they wanting to play this?
It's Sparking, I guess, cautious that there's a flank coming around to their west, but TS didn't actually make moves while that engagement with Gravity was going on, even though they know that Shinboy got knocked by that nade. See Berry going to try and creep up. Now, I guess making a slow play to force this game to come to the start. Maybe wait on Zenith slipping up in the end game.
Well, they know that at least one of the members has to be slightly weakened, so they might be just trying to patiently play their time. Going for a peek. Barry takes a ton of damage, and you know Zenith wants to go ahead and make the aggressive play off of this. Already positioning around it. Shinboy's going to be playing the low flank into this. Moves around. Sparking connects the grenade. That's going to be Barry Vibes going down. Red Rider's trying to hold up the line, sitting at 8 kills, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. Zenith walks away with 13 kills in our first round victory of the day.
Yeah, a really, really solid game for them. Again, able to position and ride things out in the mid game, not get too overzealous, but pick the right team fights, pressure the right teams, Matt, when it mattered. And that ultimately gave them access to the best spot, really on the west side of the road. And yes, it didn't look great for them at that point, but the fact that they're able to get into a spot where they can create enough pressure to then move into the game-winning spot, which was the cross to the west side, just really, really well executed.
And so many, again, pivotal points coming out from Sparking. just been finding the headshots, playing in off positions to make sure to protect his team, and then the team just in general, how well that they managed to take team fight. And let's be honest, some desperate positionings. The whole reason why Zeke managed to win that fight was based off of the positioning, which was kind of a messy fight against ATC and managing to survive in a very pivotal moment for them. So again, this is going to probably be making TSM and Sonics a little bit more nervous, as the first round right now is going to be going over to Zenith with a ton of points.
Yeah, well, I mean, Zenith, not necessarily one that we talked about, right? We're talking about Sonics being able to close the gap. Zenith starting off strong there. They could potentially do it as well.
Well, we are remiss for that, Zenith. I apologize. We won't forget you in the future, but we need to take a quick break, get the next round set up. We will see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. If you missed our first round, Zenith managed to pick up the very first game with a pretty high kill count. So moving everything into second game, still staying on Miramar, but I know everybody has their eyes towards the leaderboard. So let's take a quick look at the last round rankings.
Yes, Zenith running away with that one. Very, very even, actually, across everything else you can see. The 4 teams tied up on 8 total points here.
Ooh.
TSM 8 kills, Sonics 8 kills, Houston Hardshift 6 and 2 placement, and then Gravity as well getting through to the end game there, picking up 5 placement points and 3 kills.
True Sight, though, picking up some very needed points inside of this game, walking away with 14. But I know Zenith with this 23 is going to be a big factor. Also, Ascendant's only getting 3. Might be looking at a couple of changes inside this leaderboard. So let's take a quick look at everything when we look at the overall leaderboard. Before we do that, remember, everybody, Group B not playing today. So Oath still at the top, but Zenith, there you go, making a climb, getting ahead of Sonics, but still pretty tight back behind the 2 of them. DSM need to make a couple more points to catch up to Sonic's positioning, but it's the fact that Ascendance doesn't quite manage to catch up to the points where Spicy Fish is at with a pretty hefty 30-point lead.
No, but I mean, the important thing to note here is obviously Ascendants did pick up their 1 point that they needed, and actually it was 3 points total. So now taking their position in 6th and knocking Dodge down into 7th place. Now, obviously, we know it's going to be something that developers go, it may not matter too much here with a few more teams with the potential to make a move, but Dodge will be going to the last chance qualifiers, and Ascendants, as it stands, will be in the top 6.
I've still got my eyes caught up on Any Trolls in chat and Veritas. I mean, a couple of big games could give them some thresholds to start contesting up against 6, but they really need to see Ascendants maybe have some issues. Spicy Fish is one of those teams with Oath that's in Group B and just kind of has to watch today. And, they have to be a little bit nervous as they see Ascendants starting to creep up back behind them. Any Trolls in chat having any successes today is going to make their game watching today a little bit more nervous, might put them down into the last chance qualifiers. Because remember, our top 6 teams are the ones that are going to be going automatically to the grand finals. Then we're going to take Latin America and North America, mix them together, and we're going to have, it's going to be from 7 through 14 from both of those groups competing against each other to figure out who gets those last 4 spots.
It is. I think you're right as well. I mean, with Ascendants picking up 3 points, if they do have a slow day, it's definitely possible for some of these other teams to make a move and close that gap. Veritas, I got to say, we're positioned very well there to have a good game, and I'm not sure really where things fell apart. I know we didn't necessarily follow along with them in the previous, but things kind of ended so quickly for them there on the back of a weird circle shift.
That was kind of the nature of the beast of the last game. A couple of weird circles, and then everything seemed to go awry. And I think about circle 5 or 6. But enough talking about what ifs and what happened in the past. It's time to move on to the next round. Game number 2 is set, and the airplane is in the air. Going to be cutting pretty much from the north down to the south.
It was this time not many audible drops required, as most drop spots are going to be achievable here. It'd be interesting to see, actually. I mean, Ascended straight out and headed west here, as well as 300. Now, we know, actually, I was going to say 300 and gas cans usually have had some problems in the same lobby. It looks like, I mean, 300 the ones to give up power grid at least and go elsewhere. And to see if that fares them having a better day here.
Just keeping an eye and seeing if it looks like we're seeing a little bit of a push for power grid, but no other contestants coming into play. Oh, wait, Dropper's going to be taking a little bit of loot over in Los Leones. No surprise, no cap, not going to be competing for motorcycles along the road right next to TSM. Looks like Pinta's going to be able to pick up that one for pretty much free based off of the shots from last round. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty quiet start to this, with the exception, maybe, I don't know. I'll cross my fingers and hope maybe there might be a couple of skirmishes trying to leave Los Leones. But unless we get a crazy circle, everybody should be pretty comfortable. Get a little bit of time to loot and get prepped for what's going to be coming next.
Yeah, which is, I mean, we've talked about it a few times. It's been a lot of really absent in some of these games, and comfortable is the right word, as Circle will post up in between Ricardo and Monte Nuevo. And lots of space as well. You can see how many teams are scattered elsewhere. Now, it's Circle 1 rotation. You've got to take into account the power grid plateau. Obviously, it cuts out a lot of these routes. So we'll kind of force players into, running the gauntlet through the valley over on the north side of power grid, or even towards Pozo as well. This isn't necessarily a circle you want to be coming late to.
Specifically, well, I was going to say, because we've got the flatlands that are going to be to the west of Picado. It's going to make it to where we're going to might see a little bit of a north-south situation again. And if you rotate last and you have to go through that territory, boy, there's going to be a ton of people that are going to have vision on you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Chumacera terrain on the north, actually Rumblers the only ones that are kind of southwest of that road you're talking about. The Chumacera kind of terrain, very, very difficult to come to late, obviously, because it's so difficult to make a vehicle rotation in there. And a couple of the compounds along the roadside, also very, very difficult to breach late in the game.
That said, any trolls in chat, we can kind of see where they're picking up at. They're still playing their San Martin, living the life at this point, just running planned loops through the town to figure out how they want to loot this the best. Melon's going to be up a little bit of a more interesting spot up that hillside, but not too much of so. Rumblers, though, we've talked about a lot that like Rumblers tend to find success historically through all of the time that we've even talked about the Church of Los is that building that's just to the east of Chumacera itself. A circle like this, do you think that this is going to favor them for positioning and specifically maybe allow them to start unlocking and being a little bit more of the rumblers that we expect them to be?
For sure, yeah. I mean, Circle One, this is a golden opportunity for them to do just that. I haven't been filled with confidence by their play so far. But certainly this is one that, they're still in a position on the leaderboard to make a move and at least get through to the last chance qualifiers. Currently sat in 15th with 76 points overall. This is the sort of circle where you've got to kind of throw something out and say, right, guys, this is one where we need to pick up. They've had such a low average. Nikos, I was going to say, hopefully you don't need any bullets because the SKS wasn't loaded, but this is definitely a game Rumblers should be looking at and saying, guys, this is the one where, we need to put up comfortable double digits here.
Also, do want to draw, if you guys have the map stream open, to the position where we see Hardships playing. Hardships are running a very wide split and have a lot of control. And it gives you an idea on the nature of the beast with the circle as well. Whenever we're popping in with TSM at Hacienda, and they're got the line running right through them from where the safe zone's going to be at. The fact that this team's not going to hang out there too much longer, but there's a lot of, I guess, denied pathing options coming out from TSM as eyes are definitely drawn to them. And really, it's become a competition between them, Sonics, and Zenith for how this is going to be playing out, with the potential of Ascendance if they string together a couple of big games, which we know they can do. Sonics are already starting to do their stretch out of Picado, though, have to be a little bit cautious as Hardships are going to regroup from that wide situation that they were looking at. And Gas Cans could have a little bit of vision on the normally early rotating Sonics.
I mean, Sonics recently making a couple of more, I'd say, unorthodox in terms of timing rotations, but here they're actually going to leave two inside Picado and play fairly split through Circle One. Now, again, a team like TSM, we know how often they like to backfill Picado on circles like this because they know they obviously anticipate Sonics are going to go for that kind of prime real estate dead center, kind of flex out that way. But I mean, at this stage, TS making their way down south of Pozo. Nobody else really looking like they're going to wrap over towards the west. ATC potentially, actually, but Rumblers haven't made big moves yet, other than Valiate going out scouting here, which a couple of compounds already occupied here, Matt, so he's going to be careful.
He does manage a cross for pretty free, but you can see that he's a little bit nervous as he's making this approach, as anybody would be. This is a hazardous place to roll up into, to say the least. You never know whenever you have somebody that just ducks into one of those little stable areas and can pop up and take your head off. So he's just trying to scout this one through. Looks like he is going to feed that information as the rest of the team is starting to make their rotation as well. Comets just to the east of this position are going to have a little bit of vision on what's going on, but it doesn't look like they're too content to contest it. So Rumblers should be able to regroup fairly cleanly. Nearest neighbors to where we're looking at are probably going to be Hardships and Sonics. They're going to be to the north and west, respectively, between them. And ATC making their rotation down could bump into Gas Cans, but it's all about how they're wanting to tackle this one. They do have a team that's going to be to the west of them, but ATC tends to have a good idea on how they want to rotate through here.
Yes, I was just actually looking at a few teams now actually kind of looking as if they want to contest for a couple of spots, which again, like I said, you don't want to be coming to this late, which is why we're seeing a lot of focus, a lot of emphasis put onto these compounds along the roadside. ATC actually going to scout this out just ahead of TS. Literally in the nick of time there, another 5 to 10 seconds or so, and it would have gone in TS's favor as they set up on the edge of Monte Nuevo. But I mean, other than that, it's only gravity down to the south side here. So I'm really wondering where the other 4 or 5 teams that haven't made it inside the safe zone just yet, Matt, are going to look to position towards, or maybe just a bit hard edge and wait out to see Circle 2 pop.
I feel like that's what you've got to do at this stage. You have to know, in fact, if you try to send it in the center, we were talking about the positioning of how dangerous it is going to be. Because if you look, TSM's already got a high ground point onto it. Rumblers left one of their members behind, have vision. Hardshifts are going to have some vision on it. The only thing you could hope is maybe teams are busy shooting at each other if you have to make an approach into this. Veritas, you can see, being very cautious on their approach. They're going to have no cap just the west of them, but they have to be careful. They also have Zenith that's going to be wrapping in right back behind them, and if they are too cautious on making this approach, they could find themselves with some company. Shots are going to go into no caps positioning to at least make it a little bit aware on where they're at. Zenith is going to be rotating to the south, as you can see on the map. Looks like they're going to be aware of that, but that could put them in vision of Danny G on their approach. See that Ethan does have vision on what's going on, feeding that into points. Only 2 members from Zenith are rolling through at this stage, but I think they're going to continue trekking to the south and kind of rotate around everything that we can see Veritas has set up.
Zenith's got to be careful. Sparking and Pootage way off in the distance here, so Jim Boy and Honey Badger get into it. Yes, Danny G's solo right now, but Veritas much closer by to, I guess, collapse onto this. Jim Boy's just trying to drive by a scout here. It's actually elsewhere. I guess the reason Danny G was looking to regroup is because Michael's come across freeze kit in the open terrain. The rest of Keck W now got to head off in rotation.
That was a quick nope coming out from Keck W. They rolled into this point, instantly had one of their members drop, and now turning to the north yet again. Just like Hypoc was talking about a second ago, we've got that power grid hillside that is just near on impassable. So with this, Keck W is going to have a little bit of troubles in front of them. Note that Veritas, though, has a ton of vision from this position. The high ground points in these circles are going to be quite favorable to at least get information to know how you can, I wouldn't say safely rotate from here, but at least have an idea on the safest way to rotate from here.
Again, TSM, they always look to position here. It's like when you consider kind of the unplayable shift, it almost seems kind of counterintuitive, but they like to give themselves an edge to play from off that hard shift if it does come. Now, Magi actually himself stuck between the Bronco and the cliffside here, but now Nefahor got a couple more enemies on the side of this cliff here. Ascendant's looking to close out this kill as Vox and a couple of others, head kick actually coming through to try and reinforce here.
The longer Nefahor manages to survive here means back to more positioning for his teammates. Tries to hold out as long as he can. Vox does come up to support, but it is a little bit too late. Maji doing a good job on just continuing to push the support. Grenade's got to bounce, rotate through, pops his car up in the air as well. That's a beautiful throw coming out from Maji. 300 tried to survive this one and tried to bring in reinforcements, but you can see head kick and Leda now pumping the brakes at the bottom of these hills and trying to decide if they want to make any play, and it looks like they're just going to continue their way south. The new circle has popped, and it's going to be focused up right on power grid.
Yeah, this is actually pretty devastating for everybody to look to center up on that. You can see how many teams are just straight in vehicles heading elsewhere. TSM loving that one, Fabled loving that one, who, again, I talked about earlier on, have not had the best of runs in terms of early game luck with their drop spots at least, but position-wise, looking solid in power grid.
Rumblers getting a lot of friends rotating through. Gravity coming in right behind. You can see Cherry trying to keep an eye on it as information is getting fed over. Do note the fact Comets are pretty close to here as well. Gravity gets vision on what's going on, cuts a little bit more to the west, so gets a little bit more placement away. But Gravity, where are you going to go? It looks like they're aiming for that hillside. They're going to have Sonics, gas cans, TSM, hard shifts, all lined up right along the hills to the north, so they can't keep going too much further. Rumblers now back behind them. Gravity's finding themselves pretty pinched and going to have to make some type of play, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and send it to the road. They realize it's going to be a little bit too rough. Oddly enough, not a lot of vision coming through as Ascendants still taking down 300 members as they just cannot get away from this. Laid at near on half-life, the last one alive.
Dude, the south side of power grid right now is an absolute clown fiesta. Sonic's here pulling up. That's going to find 2 knocks onto Gravity. Gascan's trying to third party this, and Sonic's now out in the open under a lot of pressure. TSM not far away from this at all. They're going to be putting some shots in this direction, but Sonic's have got to be really careful here because they pulled up to a spot where potentially they can lose all of their vehicles and be stuck out in the open.
Gascan's got some vision on what's going on, but look at Penta moving a little bit more aggressively, knows the fact that he has a little bit of a high ground point that he can play, get some vision down into it, tries to go for the shots, got to be careful, he's taking a ton of damage, but does manage to get a connection. It's going to be Curdy that gets the assistance inside of it, gets the down and the flush on the Sonics member. So the other Sonics members trying to figure out how they're going to handle it. Looks like they're just moving into the hillside, trying to see if they can maybe find a way to play this a little bit better. Alo's got the vision at range to provide support, but do note there is still one of the members for Gravity and all of gas cans that can shoot into the backside of Sonics. That's why they're so limited in options and just having to drop down to the bellies right now and pray the fact that they are out of vision.
There's actually Gascan still with an open sight line, as you said. A third party going to cause even more problems for Sonics. Tiggleton and Shrimsy, the last two standing now, and again, just stuck in this position. That nade actually nearly going all the way up onto Penta. Penta got to hit the deck to nullify some of the damage. Tiggleton will actually find a headshot over the top of that ridge there as Luke 12 now got to pull across. That's still in a position where, I mean, actually he can put out a flank here, but he's got to be careful as well. Comet's here that's in the distance, and Pat Cap's already coming up. Monty's sending damage this way. This is a mess.
There are so many people trying to climb these hills right now. Comets, being the late coming team, sees what's going on with TSM and tries to get an opportunity out of it. So do manage to connect and pick up one of the kills on the down member of Penta. So Sonics now finding themselves with a little bit of a safer positioning than they were just a second ago due to the interference that's coming in from Comets, coming in from the south there. Shrimsy, though, still trying to get a little bit more. Curdy spots it out, though. Good play coming out from him. Tiggleton, last one up, trying to get a little bit more jukes inside of it, but Purdy is trying to retreat from point, but that's just putting him closer and closer to the Comets.
You got to be careful here. TSM ultimately want to keep everyone alive as Yaxi comes through and finds Luke 12, actually. Tiggleton try and underhand a nade. TSM will lose a second now. Again, like I said, I think just it's impossible to anticipate kind of a few teams rotating into exactly the same spot. Gravity, Sonics, TSM already set up here, and then Comets obviously hearing it in the distance. Kind of get a good opportunity to come in through in third party here and ultimately get themselves a really good spot in the south side of the circle. This obviously kind of posting up, centering once again over the edge of power grid. Very pivotal part of this circle.
It was the perfect timing for Comets to come in. They catch TSM when they had a little bit of tunnel vision on what was going on with the Sonics, and then managed to take a couple of members down, find opportunities, at least manage to get the flush on one, but then can creep in with numbers advantage. Houston Hardships, though, they have a lot of control and congestion that's coming into the west, so they have to be careful. Rumblers trying to make that approach, but while Hardships are running a 2-2 split quite wide, the problems are going to come in whenever the shots start to connect onto them. Trying to regroup at this stage as it's going to be Rumblers coming in from one point. It's going to be TS on the other one. They're going to have ATC with a touch of vision onto these points. Purdy, though, you can see trying to get a little bit more into the face of Comet, seeing if maybe he can bait out somebody going for this res. And get a little bit patient there, seeing if the opportunity is going to present itself.
I love this. Alo's looking over the top now, relaying this information of exactly what's going on. He's got to be careful not to go down, though. Ooh, did Drassel just spot him there? Not sure if he did. He comes over to try and get this res now. No more nades or anything, but the molly potentially could go in and find this. He actually just misses there. Oh, that's unlucky.
Very close off of it. Going to go ahead and retreat. I think that's the smarter play from this point. Alo's got the cover fire for him to try to reposition. So with this, looks like the Purdy is leaving that position. Still pretty close to it if he decides to go back, but I think that's just based off of the nature of the terrain and not wanting to reveal himself at this stage. While all of this has been going on, Power Grid is the center point that a lot of these teams are trying to play from. But again, the west is where it's all going through. TS did end up collapsing right on top of the Rumblers, and a quick exchange between the two. Los, now the last member up, looking at multiple members of TS in front of him, gets a little bit of damage, but now has revealed his position. ATC has a high ground point that they're taking in a couple of shots into this as well. Los trying to go for this miracle play and seeing if maybe he can get a res through this, as everything has kind of slowed down. Gas cans are going to do a little bit of harassment at range in a TS and might provide the opportunity for this to work.
This is tricky here. Obviously, the blue just passing them on that res there, and it's going to be doing enough damage to make it very difficult to get this med off. Actually, does. Waldo does stick the med there as Icy Flex now going to spot one out. We'll get that flush and looking to come through and clean up all of these teams here. Lost will find one kill, but D-Treacer will respond.
Quick pop back over. You can see that little bit of a ledge, buying a little bit more, but J-Sank went down in that. So D-Treat's got to figure out, do I go for the kill or do I go for the safety play? Do I keep my teammate alive? Los, having getting caught between so many different angles, is going to go down. It's going to be Marselek that finally manages to get him, and that's going to reveal to D-Treat that maybe he has an opportunity to get this res off. Gascan still harassing into ATC's position as the circle has popped, finally moving a little bit north, kind of northwest of where Power Grid is, but you can see Zenith, Keck W, No Cap all getting into positions, as well as Purdy Curdy still continuing to move closer and closer into the comments. So a lot of fights brewing at the time, and really it's the range coming out specifically from Gascans that's stalling any movements from ATC.
Can reset back towards their compound though. Kurt now, look at this. Comets. They're still wary of the possibility of somebody playing close by. Alo's still in the compound, actually. So, again, now Kurt can relay this information to Alo. Got a good opportunity to find these two if they stand still. Got to be careful. He actually opens up a little early here. Oh, no. Drassel going to trade it out very quickly. Now, Alo, the last man standing for TSM.
I think Purdy thought that he got spotted there, so went ahead and tried to go for the spray whenever it was not the opportune moment. See kind of what's going on with that Zenith Cap W no cap situation. Zenith running a pretty wide split to make sure that they keep a little bit more control over this position. The other two members are going to be the east from where we see them on the mini-map at the time. So no cap do have themselves a little huddled point that they can play for now, and finally Comets can start to make their way to the north as well. But it's been Zenith just kind of gunning their way across this, slowly working their way more and more west with each circle, picking up a couple of kills as they go. Alo, though, now might be contesting up into this point. No Cap's not going to have a ton of vision to work with. Question comes to play is, where is Alo going to go, as he might be navigating this near on perfectly to avoid every single one of these teams. As it creeps through, Gascans are still looking into hard shifts positioning. ATC are looking at hard shifts. So with this, Alo is going to get a pretty free rotation.
We'll actually be able to get right up next to later. He's also pretty much sat center circle right now after 300 would picked apart one by Ascendants. ETC, like I said, did reset back towards the compound. D-Trees now down to 42 HD. Last man standing for hard shifts, trying to secure that one knock onto Marselek, who's the one back playing at the compound. Now running out in the open. Gascans turn their attention towards him, and actually D-Trees will fall to the blue instead of giving up a kill point elsewhere. No Cap flexing towards Comets here. I guess Comets have been sending shots out. No Cap are going to have a good idea of exactly where they're positioned.
Oh, and Comets are just walking right into this. A couple of shots are going to go through. Minox still just trying to hold it down. But there you go. Good connection going to come in, take down Sigsy, but Minox pops up, gets a retaliatory knock into it. Now Minox, is he going to play this, keep pushing in, or does he want to wait? He wants to cover the res at the time. With this Molotov got to land in the tree right in front of him, keeping him a little bit more safe. So a lot of throwables now coming out. Plube trying to peek back over into this, being a little bit cautious as he goes, but it's going to be PK that gets knocked onto Adit. And No Cap wants to try to take this fight, but every single time they do, they just get somebody knocked on their point. Plube now taking a lot of damage, not a lot of options to work with, and these guys know that they need to move quickly. The new circle has popped, and it is nowhere near here. They're going to need to cross over next to where Power Grid is at. And that means the fact that one of these teams has to opt into making a play. And it looks like it's going to be No Cap pushing up at the top of it. They're not still leading the way. Gets the spray and gets some damage. It does go down. Sigsy's trying to follow up with it, but gets shot off on a different angle. Plube now playing the low side, reveals his position, going for the spray, lines it through. And with that, Comets win another pivotal fight and continue their way towards the safe zone.
Really, I guess, hesitant on both sides there, even when Menox finds that. And that's Zenith. Look at this. They hear all of this fighting. They know that Comets are beaten. They're battered, they're bruised down on the south side, and they're going to try and set up ahead of them towards the red brick here inside Power Grid. And Comets, I didn't see any vehicles in the distance there. Now, they tried to make this push on foot. Blue's already pushing them. They can't be held up whatsoever, Matt.
Yeah, you're talking about hesitation going on in that last fight that we saw between No Cap and Comets. Zenith not necessarily living that same life right now. They had 3 members inside of this scouting out. We're trying to do a little bit. We had a little bit more information. Gascans have rotated into a little bit of a dip just west of Power Grid, so Zenith's not going to have clean sight lines onto them, but Comets now going to start to make their move. Did have a couple of vehicles in reserve. Going to try to rotate through this one, but you can see it's going to be through the open areas with the shots coming out on one side. They might lean into playing the exact same spot Gascans are at, and there you go. Oldless lines up into one. Monty gets connected back over into it, trying to drive through this. You can see Comets just find themselves in a terrible position. Drassel manages to survive, jumps out of this, tries to throw out a couple of grenades, praying the fact that they're going to turn tides a little bit more in their favor. But while this is going on, Zenith hears it and is trying to roll through. Drassel's trying to survive, but there are no options to work with. Alo comes alive, trying to get something of his own, does manage to take down Drassel. Now running back into his hidey hole is still the last member for TSM. Here comes Zenith wanting to mop it up, and they do. Easy peasy coming out for them, and now they're getting a little bit more control, but be careful while the team's still playing around Power Grid.
And Sparking once again playing disconnected, playing that anchor position for Zenith as he sends in the troops. Honey Badger, Poonage, and Shimboy will clean out what's left in the dip. Halo will retreat back to safety for the time being, but Zenith, with that push, get themselves a lot of control. Phase 5 comes into close. Now, if this pulls away from Power Grid, they're going to be in a position to, I guess, potentially clean up everything that has to come out of there. It's Fabled, 300. I mean, Veritas over to the east side. If this kind of pulls Central into the west, those are another 4 juicy kill points for Zenith to pick up.
Pop does go pretty centralized. Ascendant's going to be feeling pretty good about that one, but the only team that's pretty comfortable, all said and done. Zenith can probably creep forward in their dip just a little bit, and that looks like what they're going to do. TSM, last member up. Alo still hiding inside of his hole. Has to be careful, though, as there are a ton of teams to the east that might be rotating through there. Fabled's going to have to make a move. Veritas, Late is probably pretty comfy in his spot. I think he might be able to just creep forward along that outside wall, but Ascendant's now trying to defend up. Make sure that ATC doesn't have an easy approach into this one, as ATC does still need to move a couple of meters forward, but they're not going to be a very comfortable meters. They're going to have to fight inch for inch for that one.
See, now is Veritas up to actually wrap towards the north. I don't know if this is anticipating that Ascendants are playing a little split here, but it's ballsy to say the least. Michael and Danny G actually going to take a lot of damage down. I saw one of the helmets get removed also. Lucky to get away with their lives. Yeah, I was going to say lucky to get away with their lives, but they do get into an edge position.
I mean, I think it's better than dealing with whatever's going on to the south, because Zenith has realized their targets to the east and are now quickly collapsing into where Fable's playing from. T-Sock's trying to defend this one up, but you can see it is just a quick run in from Zenith. They spot out the fact that Fable is pretty weakened at the time, and they are just looking to exploit it. Fable trying to find some way to survive through what's going on. Meanwhile, there is just one solo hiding out in there. There's a 300 member just hiding underneath the sea of red that's moving its way forward. And Lane is actually going to get it down onto Poonage as it comes through, and a flush as well. Different angles now coming into play. His sneak attack finds an angle onto Sparking and manages to take him down. With this, Zenith has to show a touch more hesitation, regroup, and step away from a fight that they were having a pretty handily victory in. So with this, actually Leda coming in and providing a lot of support for Fable at a very needed moment.
Yeah, the snake in the form of later strikes, and actually Fable pivot off that aggression perfectly. See it in the kill feed and come back and find one in response as well. Shimboy and Honey Badger now reposition inside. Is Michael going to open up? Zelot will fall here. Ascendants trying to hold Veritas at bay on the edge here, and actually a trade comes through. T-Sock going to find it. Zraven with the nade as well.
Veritas in a little bit more trouble now, figuring out how they're wanting to play this when they know that they've got a ton of threats. There's their third member down. Jazza not sitting on too many meds to work with. It's going to be Ascendants that just walks back over into that one. Same time at 300, I believe, is going to go down. And there we go. We've got our top four teams. Ascendants with two, technically three up, just one down at a time. Any trolls in chat, though, doesn't want to allow that. That is a quick exploit coming out from ATC to go ahead and polish that one off. Fabled now sitting on three members. Zenith with three and ATC with three, being our last three teams up.
And somehow, in the mix of that, Zenith gets Sparking back on his feet. So Zenith actually three strong now. All the three remaining teams actually down to three members. Is Honey Badger going to split towards the north a little bit? Shimboy and Sparking going to hold on to this edge position. Shimboy opens things up. Sneak attack falls.
Fabled instantly trying to figure out how they want to handle this next move. They know the fact that they're in a little bit of a dangerous positioning. With this, Honey Badger is going to be to the north of this and could have a little bit of vision, but Shimboy did go down. Sparking is going to have to play this one quite cautiously. Robles are now starting to come out. Simply Matt's thinking about making the play off of it, but just waiting at the time. They did manage to get sneak attack back up. Are they going to continue to push through this? More utility coming out on the side of Zenith is going to stall it for as long as possible. I think that's just trying to make sure that they can try to get this res off as is near on the moment of death for Shimboy, and do manage to get it. So with a quick retreat out of that, to buy him a little bit more time to get cover, Honey Badger has the opposite angle onto this, and Fabled looks like they've realized it might be a little bit too long retreating from it. ATC, though, now making a quick push as they think that they might have figured out where Honey Badger's playing from.
It comes through. That's I guess third party, that initial engagement when Sneak Attack gets knocked and Melon and Norkis actually come forward to try and take some central position. Honey Badger seemingly completely unaware, but he should soon enough get an audio cue that somebody's stepping behind him.
Just
Unless Spark it did Sparking spot it?
I think he had to. He keeps glancing that direction. I think
Yeah.
that they're trying to counter cover each other, so Sparking might reposition around this. But at range, Icy Flex
There you
could
go.
provide some
Yep.
support. There you go. Get the vision onto it. Sparking's got to be pretty careful with this, though. Starting to get helmet and body armor pretty low. Honey Badger now has to contest with two different teams surrounding him, trying to figure out what the threat is that's going to be approaching the fastest. It's like Sneak Attack's trying to creep up on one point, and with this reposition, Fable now moving into a little bit more of aggressive point on where ATC is playing from. ATC starting to retreat just a touch. Icy Flex trying to reposition as well. So both teams trying to counter move around each other, and it is just essentially a game of chess. Each one trying to counter move to where the other one is repositioned from. So now it is just bouncing back and forth. No downs coming into play, but it's going to be information galore for each team as this little bit of a hill is dividing all three of them.
I think actually Zenith are in a spot now when ATC decide to get aggressive towards them. They should be able to hold off. As I say that, Sparking going to get tagged up pretty low. He's got to stick a med. And Honey Badger and Shimboy, I guess the front line here for Zenith as the circle comes through. We still got one more to see before it goes to the star. So ATC, though, setting up very, very deep into this one. You can see they're trying to hold everybody out. And actually, it's going to pull down to the southwest. It gives Zenith a little bit of space to play from, but Fabled have to move here.
What are Fable going to opt into doing? Do they want to push into Zenith, who they know what positioning's from, or kind of scout out a little bit more in front of them and try to contest into where they know ATC is positioned at? They are the team that has to make the most dangerous move, and they're going to have to be the ones that are the aggressors. Zenith, though, looks like they have a little bit of a strategy of their own, moving vehicles forward just a little bit to get a little bit more cover to work with. And just on the other side of that hillside is just like you were talking about, Hypoc. ATC has so much control, and it looks like it's going to be Fabled pushing down into Zenith's point, but they get spotted out. Bullets exchange on both sides, no knocks. Now Fabled, you can see, trying to figure out what do we do from this point. It feels like no option is good, and instead they're going to wrap real far to the north, hoping the fact that they find some type of pathing, but Norcus might already have a read on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can make that cross. I like the idea to maybe try and backfill ATC effectively. I mean, ATC just waiting on Zenith and Fable to fight. They're literally going to ride this out. They have such good positioning here that I don't want to see them give anything away here. I don't want to see them get overzealous to try and close this game out.
Well, Fabled regrouping back into this point, I think, gives us the idea that they're going to be pushing into Zenith. A couple of peaks coming out. As you can see, Honey Badger trying to get a read onto it with a couple of bullets going through. Sparking's going to take some damage, and I think that's going to be how Fabled opts into making their play. Starting to creep forward into it, trying to go from point to point. And there you go. Shimboy's going to get down. Quick pop up coming up from Sneak Attack. And there, that was quick and easy. Fable's going to go ahead and connect onto that one. It was so fast, ATC couldn't even capitalize off of it. But there you go. A little bit more of a play. Icy Flex does manage to hit a headshot onto Sneak Attack and take him down. Melon's trying to see if he can brave this push. Couple of angles coming out. ATC knows that they have the numbers for now, but they don't know exactly where the fight's happening at. Finally, it's going to be Icy Flex that takes down another one, and patience pays off as any trolls in chat take 9 kills in a round win.
Yeah, really, really well played game from ATC in the end game particularly. I love the way that they're set up there, and they know that, you know, ultimately the win condition, or I guess the lose condition for them is kind of overstepping their mark, right? They know that Zenith and Fabled are forced into such a tricky spot there, and ultimately as soon as the fight comes through and Fabled decide to push onto Zenith, they're in a position close enough to then capitalize on it also.
I mean, there was so much going on at the end of that, from Zenith just trying to make sure that they weathered what was going on around them, Fabled and how they were going to try to counter move around that, ATC's control for so many circles, and just, I guess, the map knowledge and just understanding all of their win conditions in that. You can see, just like you were talking about, patience paid off so well for them, and they get a solid victory out of it. But you also have to give a shout out to Fabled, who took a very quick fight against Zenith, stepped up against them, but again, it's more points for Zenith, and that could be huge. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Let the leaderboard get set. That way we can give you all the information. Let the next round get set up. We will see you in just a few minutes.
Everyone's seen death in their dreams. you in my life. I don't know how to mend. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, no, oh. I was like, oh, 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 oh. You were like, no, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. I'm blind leading chase. Thought I had a plan with you and me. Was it there enough my own dream, breaking me down to my knees?
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving in. Got 3 rounds left, but I know you're very curious after Zenith having themselves a good round inside that last game where we're looking at the round leaderboard. Let's take a quick look at that. Hypot, give us a breakdown.
Yes, ATC closed out now. Coming into the end game there, I mean, the furthest out, but that the timing on the push towards Ascendance was absolutely perfect. And ultimately, you know, Veritas, I guess, doing enough damage to make that third party as straightforward as possible, right? But you got to credit the time there for the timing there, sorry, for them. Because ultimately that then gave them complete access to the center, right? I mean, it was the Zenith and obviously Fabled that were kind of huddled into a corner of Power Grid after trading back and forth for so long.
I've got my eyes on Ascendance too. With those 7 kills and getting a couple of placement points for 11
Yeah.
points overall, that could be quite big for them. And keep in mind, I know we've talked about it a lot, guys. Top 6, super important. Go to the grand finals. Then we have a last chance qualifier for 7th through 14th. We'll keep mentioning it, but that's what you got to know. So if we keep talking about top 6, that's the big point. But let's look at that overall leaderboard and see if we've had any shakeups.
Looking like it. Well, actually, yeah, Ascendant's obviously now kind of pulling away, so to say, from Dodge. You obviously not, but ATC slotting into 8th place now, Matt. That's kind of huge.
That is a big series coming out from them because, I mean, okay, let's be real. They are 25 points behind, but there's still 3 games left. So there are
Yeah.
capabilities for ATC to move into there. But notice also, Zenith now only 22 points behind Oath. There is a capability for them to step up and take first place.
Yeah, only one chicken dilla trailing as well. So we talk about obviously the average points for Zenith, especially in their bigger games. That's very much doable for them, which would be a big surprise. I'll be honest. Zenith have quietly been slaying along in the background, and it's reflected here in the leaderboard now with how close they are.
Well, whenever we've been talking about Zenith, we talked about the capabilities and specifically the fragging power of that squad, and they are doing a phenomenal showcase of that right now. The only team having more kills than them is going to be Oath, but remember, Oath has also played 3 more games than they have, so there's a decent chance that they can catch up to them on that as well. But now, Sonics, TSM, I know the fact that they're wanting to secure themselves a little bit more, I guess, victory between them and wanting to try to catch up and contest up against Zenith as well as Oath. So we're going to have to see if they can string something together for Sonics. Potentially doable. TSM, it's getting a little bit harder. Our boy CD6 went ahead and gave us a couple of stats to look at. Zenith to get into first place only needs 7.33 points per game. Sonics needs an average of 12.33, and TSM needs an average of 19 points per game. And those are some hard numbers to hit.
They are indeed. As you look at, I was saying earlier how impressive it was for Sonics to have everybody above 300 ADR. Look at Zenith quietly along the background, sparking actually at 2.4 APG, which is really, really astounding. The way he's been playing as well, and it's visible to see the role that he's playing as well in that anchor position, and kind of just allowing Punich, Shimboy, and Honey Badger to make use of space in downtime, go forward, and apply pressure elsewhere.
It's getting to the point where I'm more surprised whenever I see Sparking downing somebody not with a headshot. He
Yeah.
just feels like he is getting headshot after headshot, and that's what's leading to so much of his damage numbers pushing through here, as well as the KPG of 2.4. I mean, we talked about this whenever we were looking at everything that was going on with PGIS. Sparking, we were playing them up and talking about how great he is inside of it, and you can see the capabilities inside of it, specifically for everybody on this roster. Sometimes, yeah, we talk about one player when they have great stats, but they have the great stats because the total members and everybody in the team unlocking those capabilities for them.
Yeah, it's good to see them hit this form as well. Obviously, with the roster change coming through and Sparking obviously stepping into a North American roster. And alongside Honey Badger as well, who had an exciting year last year as well. I mean, well, one of the most exciting kind of up and comers, right?
Yeah, and take a quick look. Map's already underway. You can see coming through there. Question that I have for you, though, Sparking, the fact that he's been just lighting it up, but at this point, I don't feel like he's sparking anymore. I feel like he's absolutely on fire, but can he continue to press through? I mean, one solid game for Zenith is really all they need to have a little bit more of a comfort position and potentially catch up and take that #1 spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially with the way they've played already tonight, finding this these last 20 odd points in with 3 games to play should be very, very doable for them. As this plane finishing up down towards Puerto Paraiso, fairly southern actually. Look at the map as a whole, so that's why we see a little more congestion down towards the south.
Yet again, Ascendants all the way on. Like, they play against the wall of the map every single time, and they know how to make their approach. These guys putting in a ton of, at this point, I just, like, I know gas prices are kind of insane right now. I'm just kind of curious on how much of it that they're running through at this point, because they are traveling all over this map. But do note, looks like we might have Fabled and 300 bumping into each other with a splash of Keck W, all of them jumping across, and oh, this circle.
Fabled and early game problems. We kind of go hand in hand the last few days, that's for sure. See now whether or not they're the ones that suffer the most out of the situation. 300 look as if 2 of them still up actually parachutes as TSM gonna hop in a Bronco, retreat all the way back to Hacienda. I assume Luke 12 a little further north of this. Obviously was a bit of a stretch for some of these teams to the north. ATC did get themselves into San Martin and No Cap as well. Not going to mess with any TSM territory early on.
This is just such an awkward position, as we can see that TSM is trying to pick up as they go, but not even opting into Hacienda yet. I think that's just because they want to have a couple of weapons in case somebody does threaten them. They know that ATC does play along these lines. No Cap does play over here as well, so just realizing the fact that they can hit Hacienda and then make it back out pretty quick, so might as well come in with at least some guns to protect themselves, just in case. Meanwhile, a lot of people cutting along the eastern area, specifically right along that road along the coastline. Notably, it's going to be Zenith. These guys rolling all the way over here, finally seeing a little bit of a cut through his ponage. Might be making his way back into the junkyard area to pick up a couple things, and decides the fact that he wants to go with a motorcycle anyway. That's why you got to drive through Miramar, right? Motorcycles are just way more fun.
Yeah, it's nobody wants to be in a Mirado trying to go off road. Yes, if it's a straight shot down the road, take the Mirado any day of the week. But yeah, as soon as you have to come off, it's not pretty on Miramar.
I don't know what you're talking about. I love the textures of the hood of the Mirado, man. I love seeing them all the time while I'm trying to cross and go over very bouncy terrain here. But all right, taking a look at it, we thought that the last game Rumblers would play along this position pretty strong. They're in the center of the circle again. The circles did leave them last time, so there are capabilities for them. We do have our eyes caught on them, as they're one of the teams that can potentially catch up to Liberate. Gascan's just 4 points ahead of them as well. So there are capabilities for them to get into that last chance qualifier position, but right now, they only need 2 points to do so.
You see, Liberate obviously locked in at 80 points as well. And yeah, it was a rough game last game, Rumblers, but I think as well as a byproduct of a lot of teams kind of being slow to a circle that traditionally there's a lot of emphasis on center, right? So as soon as it did pull away, Rumblers effectively rotated into the most congested part of the circle, at least on the edge of circle 2 as it popped. So rather unfortunate for them, but again, I mean, similar mindset it's got to be for this one. This is a game you look at, circle 1 setup, let's get something done once again, guys.
So looking through this, 300 had themselves a pretty good ESL. We're not having the best PCS4 so far. They're getting into a lot of scraps, and they win some, but we're not seeing the same capabilities that we saw from them last time. I don't know if it's just due to the nature of the lobby and how it's situated, but it always kind of draws my eye, and I'm not trying to like pick on 300. It's just whenever you see a team do quite well in one event and then not have that same success repeat in the next event, it just always puts the question mark over my head of what could be going on with it.
I was just taking a look at the map. Actually, is ATC coming down towards Montenuevo. Heikeman actually headed off north here as gas cans come down off the power grids. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, you can see here on the picture-in-picture. Did Heikeman not get the memo? I'm assuming he was close enough by to see it. And TS actually sent it all the way to the West Road. Gonna go for the safest possible option.
I thought you of all people would understand the temptation and of Pozo loot and wanting to see, just to check to see if anything was still there. That's where you guys used to drop at, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a White Temp Fate rotation, to be fair. One person 1.5 kilometers away from the rest of the team.
Well, okay, so last time it was Power Grid where everybody stacked up at, and let's be honest, I don't judge any of the teams getting caught in the southern area of Power Grid. This time, it looks like it's going to be just to the west of Chumacera. A lot of people stacking up along that point, trying to use the road that's got the, I guess, the two very large, almost mountains on the opposite sides of it, and hoping the fact that it gives them a little bit cover, as it's sometimes a little difficult to look down through there. ATC is getting some movements out of it. They're starting to look up that hillside just a touch. Waldo was kind of contemplating staying there, but it looks like he might be going back to regroup with the rest of Rumblers. At this point, really, it's just Zenith, TSM, No Cap, and I guess Gravity and Veritas that have yet to make their play into the safe zone.
Yeah, this is tough as well because you can see how many teams. I mean, once again, you could treat this as the same as the previous game, right? There's a lot of teams that don't want to be coming to this late. They don't want to have to mess with these awkward vehicle rotations through tricky terrain and driving through valleys, running the gauntlet, so to say. Is Zello actually going to have ATC pulling up on his doorstep? He's got to be careful. We're going to wait for it to line up. He's going to... For a second there, I thought Norkis was still going to have an opportunity to pop out the window, but Zelot does indeed deal with him. Now I'm going to send some shots over towards Melon as he tries to regroup with ice.
For Zealot, I was actually more afraid of a bumper taking him to the face there. That was a very...
He got a little close, right?
My butt clenched a little bit whenever I saw it for him, but he did manage to step away from it and got his down. So, Ascendants, yet again, these guys just... They know how to play the map so well. And I will admit, I'm going to have my eyes drawn to them very frequently as we're moving through this, just because the fact that I want to see, like, are we going to continue to see them rise up and find new opportunities and new strengths? Because right now, they're controlling two very good sections of this circle. They're going to deny a lot of vision, a lot of rotations, as you're already seeing. And I'm just curious on how much more they can get.
This is Gravity now, I guess, looking to make their way up into the sort of terrain I was talking about. You can see it's just so treacherous to make any inroads here. There's so few roads as well down in the southwest because it's basically right on the coastline. Actually, a little bit further behind Fabled as Fabled are making ways towards Valdemar. Now, this is tricky when you come into Valdemar, and even if it only gives you an edge to play on the north side with the Circle 2 pop, coming out of here with the teams that like to set up on this high ground map, like I said, you end up running the gauntlet, and there's such wide open sight lines that, you know, 2, potentially even 3 teams have got a decent line of sight onto you to absolutely pummel the vehicles.
Just as you were talking about that, you can see right as they cross through, bullets just start hitting the Bronco as it's trying to roll up the hillside. Looks like they're going to go ahead and stop off with one of the members, but send 2 more just a little bit further into, I guess, a stronger point that they're wanting to play from. Fabled's just to the east of this point as well. You can see the vision, though, that Zealot has, man. Like, if Keck W has to try to make a move and nobody is harassing Ascendants at that point, it's going to be real difficult.
Yeah. So actually, I was just looking at Keck W. It looks as if they want to swing back east off the pressure they did receive at the crossroads there, but Fable would actually get themselves positioned on the south side of the hill. It's going to be interesting. I have to keep our eye on that. As No Cap over here in the northeast side, I guess just going to wait for any latecomers, wait to see that Circle 2 pop. Not an awful lot for them to do. Zenith actually way outside the zone up to the northeast of them, just coming in actually on the east side of Cardo. Plube sending out some warning shots. We'll call them warning shots at best, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just about the perception of a threat, right? You don't actually have to make somebody get down, as long as you just take some shots at him. It'll make him hesitant to come that direction. Zenith just enjoying a little bit of blue zone. Looks like they're going to be coming in right about the time everything switches up. Circle's going to pop pretty much center. Everybody was kind of expecting this. TSM might have a little bit of trouble. Zenith as well, but it looks like Zenith is opting in already into making a southern cut that could put them potentially where Veritas is, or maybe we could see them wrap all the way along that road. Zenith, as we saw them at the very beginning of the game, no stranger to running along those coastline roads in this map.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky because, I mean, ultimately you got the 3 main roads in this zone, but if you have to make a vehicle rotation beyond Circle 2, with all these teams getting condensed closer and closer along each one of these hills, it makes it so difficult. So expect a couple of teams to look to consolidate off these splits. Ascendants being one of them, going to come across to Zealot's Concrete. Now, Fable, the team we just talked about, actually going to allow KEKW to pass alongside them, but got to be careful now. A couple more teams looking to send it through. Hardships being one of them, running the gauntlet, as I said, down the roadside, and not too much pressure coming through onto them, actually, as they do so.
Ascendance was a tight bit distracted right there, so tail end shots going to be coming into the hardships, but looks like they're going to be making their way down to Valle. So they're going to run through this. I'm just kind of curious, are they going to cut themselves to east? That does look like what they're going to do. That's going to put them around the same point where we just saw KEKW at, where we just saw Fabled at. Veritas is going to go ahead and creep in. Looks like they're maybe encroaching the area that 300 could be playing from. There's a lot of little small skirmishes that are brewing at this stage, but with the hillsides, there's plenty of time to go ahead and stop, get a little bit more information. You don't have to push it too hard if you're playing in the south right now.
No, you don't. And I think ultimately, I mean, take hardships, for example, there. Just want to get to some form of safety to at least be in a position to make a play into the next circle, even if they're not in it. It's TSM now. We know they were one of the teams that did cut out on the north side. Able to make moves towards Shumasera's. No cap actually drift into the city here, and no real control over on the north or the east side. You can see just on the minimap as well, Sonic's looking to make moves this direction. I'm not sure if they caught wind of that rotation or just looking to play split here.
Seeing all 3 of our top 3 teams that are vying for those spots playing edge at the time. Sonics and TSM, again, pretty close to each other. We saw them in the last round getting into a touch of a skirmish. And actually, the round before that, it was that they got into a little bit of a fight. I'm sorry about that. Whenever we were up in the northeastern part of Miramar. So Zenith going to go ahead and continue their way in. It looks like they might be bumping into Veritas. Just take a couple of shots and see if they can maybe make them juke back down just a little bit. Sparking being a little bit more of the forefront on this, no surprise. Looks like they're going to lean into maybe letting him open the doors for them just a touch more. With the information being fed back into them, I don't see that Zenith is going to overextend this too much. Yet again, they just might stop at the edge and kind of be content to play there and wait to make the gamble on where the next circle goes.
Zenith, I guess at this point in the game, they're in that mode where they try and identify which team fight they want to take. No real pressure to do so right now. I guess with the space they have over on the east side. I mean, Veritas sending some warning shots over here is at least going to give Zenith the opportunity to make that decision. Sparking actually going to find a tag onto, I think that was Michael.
Ooh. That was unexpected.
Yeah, that's a really interesting shift as well, because once again, I mean, cuts out so many teams to the north and brings it to a really, really tricky part of the map where there's 2 key pieces of high ground map that are already occupied, to be honest.
Question I have is, if you're Zenith, they're still taking shots at Veritas, but they have to know they're in a very dangerous corridor where a lot of teams are going to try to wrap down to the south and potentially roll right up back behind them. And I think that's why we see Zenith instead retreating a little bit, regrouping, trying to defend up, knowing the fact that somebody could be rolling in along that point. You can see TSM already making a little bit of a play of its own, but Sonics look like they might be opting to potentially brute force their way around Chumacera. I mean, they either have to go to the east or west. There's no way that they're just going to cut right up that hillside. That would be just asking for somebody to take you down. So we'll have to see how they want to play this right now. As it looks like they might be looking a little bit more to the west and have vision, definitely got vision on gas cans.
Yeah, I think you're right. So TSM actually do manage to find their way into a compound here, and it's Veritas once again that are going to be presented with some issues over on the east. Now, they are fairly split. It makes it really, really difficult here if Zenith and TSM both find a knock at the same time, or at least both find sight lines at the same time, as TS well up on the backside of Chubba's build. Chubba just he doesn't want anything to do with this.
And then look at everybody on True Sight just jumps out of the vehicle, but hey, a couple of shots going to come out from D-Treat's hard shifts. That means the fact that they're going to have to go ahead and stop on this one. So it's weird for this area to be in the circle at this stage. Whenever we're looking at it, the road wraps all the way around and kind of moves through that different point. So there's still options that you can play very, very far to the south, specifically along the coast. So it looks like that's going to be what Hardshift's opts into doing. But the north cluster, that's where my eyes keep being drawn to. How are Sonic's going to navigate this? They've got Rumblers to the west. They've got No Cap to the east. They've got multiple teams to the south. Gascan's going to be rolling along, potentially rolling right into Rumblers at the exact same time Sonics is trying to make a move. Rumblers could find themselves with a ton of targets. Narrowly, it looks like Sonics are going to cut across that hillside. A couple of shots are going to go back over towards Hikerman too. But Hikerman now and the rest of Gascans feel like they just have to send it south, and it's time to put the pedal to the metal and go. And fortunately, not too many teams getting vision. The high ground 4-300 being denied right now, playing right up along that cliff facing, but there's going to be several threats along the way, as Keck W is definitely going to have vision on him. Tries to pop it up. Hikerman has to be careful. Oh, he bumps into Adam. They're getting just ripped apart. Tires popping everywhere. Adam goes down. Hikerman goes down. That was an unfortunate bounce off of that cliff facing, and that just cost Gascans 2 members.
Yeah, Nikos and Old, there's no opportunity to fight back into this at all to get these reses. As the utility comes through, Nitrogen has to get to flush him out with a nade as well. As the circle posts up, it's going to pull all the way to the east here. Veritas now dead center of this one, controlling the high ground, still playing pretty split, but a really, really good opportunity to take control of this game as phase 4 posts.
All right, so you teams of the West, you've been pretty comfortable for a while, and now you're going to have to make a move. Most notably, Ascendants already rolling up. They're going to have Fabled probably going to be their first threat. Do note, though, if you're doing this on foot, this is going to be a very long rotation just due to how vertical it gets. After they take down Fabled, they're going to have to drop down a very steep hillside, so they need to take fights very quickly, and those grenades are going to come in quite nice and forcibly Matt out of position. That's going to give them the opening points for this, as Fabled only has 2 members playing off of this. They were running a 2-2 split, and Simply Matt just has to drop down, already taking too much damage.
Yeah, Gascan's actually coming in with a third party here. T-Sock actually going to spot him out just as he tries to catch that med, but Simply Matt not able to recover or even get the med off. And Sneak Attack will actually nade onto T-Sock, and the molly coming through as well, going to do a lot of damage. Zilot actually playing a little bit split away from this, so Archie and Zraven got to be careful here. Got to respect Sneak Attack for the time being, as Hella and Faye now on the high ground looking to reinforce.
You're hearing shots at range. It's because people are trying to rotate and everybody's sending it along a similar point. Ascendant's trying to make their walk across this, and it looks like Fable's trying to figure out if they can regroup, but they have another set of Ascendant's players that are around them they have to be very cautious of. While this is going on, it's going to be just multiple crashes that are happening on top of each other. You see, Fable's starting to take a couple of losses off of this one, and Hella now the last one up for her squad, and it's not going to be for too long. All right, question comes into play. Where do we want to go? TSM No Cap in a fight. We also have Sonics way far over to the north, caught up in a fight between, looks like, Comets and Rumblers. Rumblers having to play the western point for this, and it's going to be the close range in between Sonics and Comets that are going to be the real meat and potatoes of what's happening at the time.
Here's Sonics now trying to get set up, or at least, I guess, recover from this situation as picked apart. Rumblers as well on the minimap. Look at this. Everybody honing down. Comets desperate to find these kill points. Cherry actually going to send out a nade him. Might catch Mime. It does indeed as he tries to stick that first aid kit.
Oh, this is getting a little bit more problematic as we go. Sonic's now caught in between two
Look at the
points. A low
mini-map.
ground team and a high ground team. Ascendants, what are you trying to do? You're trying to roll through exactly where Gascans were just playing out a second ago. Raven tries to make some type of play. Zealot's taking a little bit of damage off of it. T-Sock's trying to roll through, connect with it, trying to see if he can get the last one. It's just vehicles rolling around, but Gascans were trying so hard to hold that one up. They did a massive amount of damage, but it's going to be Maji that clutches up at a pivotal point.
Yeah, but Blue's there. Can't get either of the Reds. 7 kills already and on the verge of going out in 14th place. Magic going to find another knock as well as Retaliative. I guess came across to try and find these kill points also. A little bit chaotic down here, but Magic's still alive and kicking. He's going to try and get this knock as well. Oh, did he get it? He actually got it as well. Yeah, Freeze falls and he's going to get the flush.
Maji, if he can oh, nope, he's not gonna be able to make it too much further. So with this, he goes down. KEKW gonna get a little bit more control over there. So now another shift, moving just a touch to the north. Comets in that position when we were talking about just a second ago, where they've got Rumblers out are gonna have to make their own play. So one of the members up for Sonics at the time, but you can see Gravity. They've got a couple of friends as well. Tickleton just clinging to life right there as a mountain goat trying to survive. He's got a little bit of time he can hang out here, but it's not gonna be for too much longer.
See, after Comets, I guess, have dealt with Sonics. No, actually, Tickleton's still alive. I thought that was just a death mark on the minimap there, but he's still playing on the underside of the ridges. Rumblers do cross over. Waldo and Cherry actually making it up to the high ground. Well, he's halfway up the high ground.
That's huge for Tig. He might be able to just kind of sneak around this, but he doesn't know that they've already moved up. So he's going to be tossing grenades, and he's going to be slowed down. There is one member with Los still playing that low ground point. But TSM also has a little bit of vision on what's going on with Comets and are taking harassing shots into it. That's why you kind of see Comets now being forced to play a little bit slower onto it. That's providing opportunities for Rumblers to slowly and steadily creep their way up this hillside. But do note 300 also has a little bit of vision on what's going on, trying to see what's happening. Zenith, meanwhile, has been trying to slowly regroup to the south of this. Hardshift's going to be one of the closer teams to them. Gravity, really what we're looking at right now is what is Gravity going to do? What is 300 going to do? And what is Tiggleton going to do? Because almost all other teams, well, I guess Nitrogen, last member up for KEKW as well, he has a couple options in front of him, how he wants to handle this.
Because I can't help but feel Comets have allowed Rumblers to get into a position that causes a lot of problems for them, with 300 kind of covering the overpeak, and Rumblers now in a position where I guess they're safe from Comets overpeaking that ridge. Actually, it's going to be Tiggleton that opens things up with a nade onto Waldo here.
Back down to the south, you can see it's going to be the fight that's brewing between Veritas, Hardshifts, and Zenith. Hardshifts find themselves in the center of this right now, trying to navigate these different positionings. Zenith doing a wrap around to the south, but do note multiple teams now converging onto this point. Gravity here's what's going on. They want a piece of the kills that are happening at the time, and Tiggleton is going nuts, but he finally goes down from that point. Gravity going to go ahead and try to get a little bit of play onto Hardshifts, but J-Sank going down. So with the repositions off of this, Veritas taking a ton of casualties as well. Jazza just the last one up, trying to at least defend up and buy a little bit more time for him, as Zenith creeping up the hillside and looking like they're wanting to take it to Hardships.
Well, as knocks come through, Honey Badger actually engaging onto Baddie now from Gravity. That nade did a lot of damage, and he's also going to catch some information of where he is. So the second nade should be absolute money to find they're knocking it is. Baddie will fall. Last member standing now. D-Rich over on the west side of the compound. No option but to run away. He's got to respect Zenith's positioning. They just looking to suffocate Hardshifts on the hillside here. Shimboy wraps around the smoke, finds the first, finds the second as well. It's actually Honey Badger who will find the headshot to close out. D-Tree's full. Houston Hardshifts out in 9th place.
There are a ton of solos in front of Zenith right now, and Jazz is going to go ahead and make sure that they respect even a solo. Grenade's going to put in a ton of work with this one. So Jazz is holding up on 1 point, and you got Minox on the other point for it. 300 trying to make their own approach as they go, but it's going to be Comets yet again, raining in a little bit of damage as PK does hit the shot onto Leda. Comets now getting trying to figure out where they're going to make a play of their own. You can see it's going to be a little bit difficult to traverse their way back down to the south. TSM's Purdy Curdy had creeped very close and looking like he was trying to get a little bit of a tricksy play right up next to him, but I think he's going to try to retreat out of this point and try to regroup, but he's going to have a little bit of an easier time. And Jazza had a very difficult time, but does manage to at least find himself a little bit of a dip to play for now.
A little bit of a respite for him. Strassel. They'll find Vox as well. 300's getting picked apart in the open here. No real choice in the matter. Have to make a move, and there you go. Monty going to find Neferhor as well. Neferhor did find Yaxley before falling, but there you go. Another headshot from Drassel comes out, and Comets actually get themselves up to 5 kills now and give themselves a little room to breathe.
They should have time to get this res as well before they start to make their move. Zenith has spotted out poor D-Rich, who's just kind of trapped, no options in front of him. He's going to go ahead and get taken down by Honey Badger. Zenith can continue their rampage to the south right now, sitting at 6 kills, and you're an Oath fan, you're starting to get a little bit nervous. Just 14 points separating Zenith from getting to the top of this board. Still have 4 members alive and a lot of weakened teams. Really the only other, I guess, very strong teams that can compete against them at this stage are going to be Comets, who've been coming quite alive to the north, and TSM still sitting on all 4 members to the northeast.
Yes, with all that pressure on the northwest side, TSM quietly now control effectively 50% of this zone. Everybody else forced over to the west and to the south. 3 solos, Nitrogen, Menox, and Jazza still up. Zenith 4 strong, Comets 4 strong.
You can see there's just so much hesitation. Comets know the fact that this is a very difficult terrain to play. They assume that there's going to be solos around. They just don't know exactly where it was. PK saw the feet, though. Going to go ahead and pick up Nitrogen. So with this 5 teams remaining, but luckily Jazza is on the other side of the hill, just to the east of that point, and was glad that they decided to go south instead of north. If they continue going south, or Minox might find himself inside the crosshairs for it. So Comets slowly creeping through. Circle's going to pop. Favors TSM and Zenith, but Comets, No Cap, and Veritas all having a little bit of woes to deal with. And I think they've got a read onto it. Tries to go. Jazza at least manages to get it down onto Drassel to continue to slow down Comets. TSM now going to move in and use this opportunity. Zenith now has to be very careful as they just also heard the firefight pretty close to them.
Yeah, Shimboy keeps looking over that direction, but I'm not sure if he caught this cross. Kurt and Luke 12 getting right on the underside of this ridge and ultimately taking control of the shack in center zone, or just away from center zone, I should say. The really, really important part of the map here is this. Actually, Menox finding pack caps going to draw Zenith's attention this direction. Shimboy now comes back onto the ridge road, but he's going to find himself in a 1v2 situation here if they're not careful. Zenith very aware of how many bodies are still over on the west side.
At this point, you have to contest against a Zenith's high ground point, or you have to contest against TSM, who has vision on so much of what's going on. Comets go, okay, we don't even care about the solo. They don't even know that it's a solo. They just know that it's a threat. So instead, going to start creeping their way to the west. And with this, I think that TSM has a little bit of a read on it. You can see Purdy Curdy leading the way. He's got Luke 12 coming up right back behind him. They're going to go ahead and trust into Alo and Pinta to protect them at range and keep Zenith from harassing them. The question comes into play, does Purdy, Luke, do they have an idea on how much they could be biting off if they're creeping closer and closer to the 3-man squad? Minox gets spotted out, and there we go. Top 4 finally getting positioned up. No Cap goes down with this, and there, trying to get a little bit more vision. Luke 12 decides, nah, screw that. We don't care about Comets. We want to go ahead and take it to Zenith. They're the threat on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed engagement here. And actually, Drassel going to find the final blow. Poonage will fall. Comets now 3v4 versus TSM. TSM already done the hard work, got control of the center circle. Comets got to fight through.
Comets, where can you go? You know the fact that there's potentially the area that Zenith was playing, but you saw how poorly that worked out. That grenade was so beautifully cooked. Luke 12 just drops it right on his head, pops back up, takes some damage with it. Drassel still trying to hold through. Purdy Curdy realized the fact that there are numbers all around him. Calls it for reinforcements. Alo rolls back into this point. Pinta coming up right back behind him. Comets have to play this a little bit more carefully as they're creeping forward. Just 2 members up. Drassel goes down. Monty, the last one up, manages to take down one of them, but has to be careful. Purdy Curdy's right on top of him. Grenade's going to go through, and we are looking at a 2v1 situation. Alo down on one side of it. See Drassel down on the other. Purdy Curdy steps up, takes that one, and TSM pick themselves up a 9-kill victory.
Yeah, really, really well played by them. Again, it's the early aggression shown to kind of force Comets to the west and force them to deal with 300. Ultimately, I mean, we saw how much space it gave them in after that next circle pop. Nobody playing on that side whatsoever. And then in the downtime, leaving, Penta and Alo all the way in the distance, kind of playing anchor, allowed Kurt and Luke to move up. And it wasn't even really on the back of Zenith taking that engagement, but a couple of other, sound cues going out. It kept making Zenith check back towards the west. And at that point, TSM had already done the hard work. As I said, they'd already closed their distance and had complete control of the end game.
I mean, it felt like the moment Zenith realized how close the threats were to them, they were just dead. Too many different angles just came at them all at once. Guys, 2 more games that we're going to be rolling through, doing a little bit of a map switch up, making our way over towards Erangel to figure out who's going to be our top 16s to go on to the grand finals and who's going to be going to the last chance qualifier. We're going to take a quick break. We will see you in about 6 to 7 minutes.
shattering, shattering the part of me, and I can't take it. My heart is so hollow, the blood has an echo inside of my veins. My heart is so hollow, your voice is an arrow, making the pain. My heart is so hollow, hollow, hollow. My heart is so hollow, hollow, hollow.
Miramar is now done. Get rid of it. We're making our way over towards Erangel for the last 2 rounds to figure out who's going to be in our top 6, make their way over to grand finals, and who's going to be 7 through 14 and make their way over to the last chance qualifiers. Take a quick look at what happened in the last round.
You see TSM close things out in style, 9 kills and the win, netting them 19 points overall, but pretty active throughout that for a lot of teams. Again, that's just a byproduct of those circles, Matt. I feel lots of teams forced into positions where they had to ultimately, take a scrappy fight on the edge.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of edge fighting. It feels like everybody is just trying to play to conserve as many points, make it in the late game, and try to net kills there. And then it's the teams that are being more active in the earlier stages, trying to pick up the kills in those points. We're seeing having longer term success. But do note, TSM having a high point score in this one is very pivotal. Zenith still creeping up, inching, trying to catch up into Oath's positioning. But Comets and Ascendants both walking away with a pretty decent score of their own could be influential to the overall leaderboard. So let's take a look at that now.
There's obviously eyes drawn towards the 2 key areas. Obviously, that cutoff as well. Ascendant's now at 146 points. Again, it's looking less and less likely now. Again, we were looking for a few teams to maybe have a big one to contest that spot, but it didn't come through. Now let's see the Rumblers do pass Liberate as well, so do get themselves just ahead, and Comets making a bit of a run for it now. I know we're just talking about this whilst we were off air, at least in the break there. Potentially, they could break through to make it into the last chance qualifiers here, Matt.
Tactical 8's got to be starting getting a little nervous at 89 points, whenever right back behind them is 86, 81, and then Comets sitting at 78. Comets have been able to string together a couple of pretty decent point games. If they can continue to get around that 9 for the next couple, that's going to put them in striking range of getting in, really potentially pushing TAC 8 as we move forward. Also, any failures coming up from the gas cans or rumblers, Comets can try to exploit that as well, as it is still neck and neck between all 3 of them. So a lot of things to keep your eyes on moving into this last round, or last 2 rounds. I'm sorry about that. I still, though, am curious of what we're seeing going on with Zenith and just the consistent rise and the capabilities coming out from them. And if they can catch up, they have 2 games to make essentially 5 points per round. That's not unheard of. The question comes into play: is anybody going to mess with them now?
Yeah, well, ultimately, yes. That is the question. I think they got a little bit unfortunate in that previous one. Ultimately, I think if they can cleanly wipe the Southwest, they're in a good position to ultimately deal with TSM, even though they'd already made big moves in towards the center. Unfortunately, like I said, Shimboy in a position where he kept periodically checking over, but missed that cross. So I think they got a little bit unlucky there, Matt.
There's also a little bit of a rivalry going on between 3rd and 4th. 2 points between TSM and Sonics. I'm pretty sure chat's pretty curious about what's going on with that one right now. So they're still neck and neck, if at least pride and money on the table between the both of them. Let's be real. Never count out TSM, never count out Sonics. TSM just managed to net themselves 19 points in this last round. Do that 2 more times and voila, you're in a beautiful position, potentially contesting against Oath yourself. Sonics can do exactly the same thing. So when we're looking at them head to head against each other, it is so close between total points, kills, damage, chicken dinners even.
Yes, actually, pretty neck and neck here. Obviously, the damage again surprises me. TSM, again, with a slow day, I think that's where Sonics ultimately kind of, I don't want to say closed the gap, but maintained what they were doing in the first couple of days, and that's really reflected here. But not a lot separating these 2 whatsoever.
Let's make our way over towards Erangel. You can see plane path's going to be going over Novo and ending just to the west of Severny. So should make it pretty easy for everybody to make their drops. Hopefully, I'm going to say this. I know the fact that I like chaotic games, but let's not start off with anything like that. These are the last 2 rounds of the event. Every single point matters. So hopefully we'll get something pretty comfy for these guys to work with. Keeping an eye on seeing if there are any maybe contested drops as we go.
Yeah, lots of the West going to be unattainable here. So expect a few audibles, and really my eyes go towards Sosnovka, where we have had some weird planes on Erangel at least. That's where we've seen the most congestion, the most overlap a few times now. It looks like everybody going to get fairly comfortably situated, at least early on here. TSM and ATC obviously stretching across for North and South Georgia Pole. But no real overlap elsewhere. I mean, Fabled in and amongst Veritas and Hardships, but I think they're just going to settle for a split across Rossock.
See, Comet's going to go ahead and do that Novo loot right now. Praying at this point that it's going to go towards military base, so that way they can get those points that are needed, and they are going to get it. And gosh, Hypoc, I need to stop talking when the circle pops. So, gas cans, Comets, they're comfy. Everybody else sucks to suck. You're going to have to make some type of really cruel rotation.
Yeah, it's and the other thing is, well, you can pretty confidently say this one is going to end. So expect everyone to make pretty deep moves towards the military iron, and Gascan's now in a position where ultimately they get out of the plane first, can get looted first and get situated. And we'll see how they decide to play this one.
Yeah, a lot of eyes drawn to the capabilities of bridge camps, specifically if you're going to play like maybe the western point of the cliff facing of Military Base Island, so you can catch people in this. Tiggleton rolling through, looks like he's harassing the Hardships, just kind of by his own, gonna roll right up next to these guys, no fear, get a little bit of a bounce, see if maybe he can get something out of it. He's got himself a gun. Hardships, what are you gonna do? 2 already down. Tig just walks up and does it to him, rolls through on the vehicle, walks away with their car to boot. That is just a drive-by if I have ever seen one.
What am I watching right now? Just driven all the way from the edge of, I guess, you know, anticipating they were still going to be in the parachutes and be landing very, very late. But Tiggleton, I wish I could hear his geeky laugh right now after finding those 2 kills. Oh, God.
Look at it this way. At least Sonics aren't always dropping in the middle of the map at Pachinki anymore. They're feeling pretty comfortable to kind of go do whatever they want. Getting all the way from stretch from Pachinki to Gatka is now theirs. Oh, but yeah, I mean, let's be real. Mime and Tig playing around that area, you know they were egging each other on to go for it, and it pays up big for them. Curious to see if they manage to handle the trash looting in this position and find some way to make their way south. But I feel like almost the circle feeds why we just saw that.
There's a world where, for some reason, Penta +1 are in a vehicle right now heading south on the West Road, and Chubba and Lowe's have made it all the way over to, yeah, you can see it here. It's Alo on the back of the buggy. Again, I mean, Chubba and Lowe's went to God Compound, I guess, just to try and create some distance. There's a world where TSM actually pick up the other half of Hardships in looting.
Alo just looks so bored on the back of that. He's just looking there, not even looking around, doesn't even care. He's just like, oh, I'll just make sure nobody comes up back behind us. So we'll have to see how they opt into playing this one. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they're scouting out some boats to the south. Gravity goes ahead and says, screw that. We're going to go ahead and run across the bridge. We haven't seen Comets stretch out too much just quite yet, so shouldn't be too contested at this stage. Gravity should be able to get across the bridge for fairly free. I feel like a lot of our teams not on military base and other than Gravity are starting to commit into a looting strategy and saying the fact that we just need to get everything that we can for what's about to happen.
It's looking elsewhere. I mean, Sonic's still going to be able to make early enough moves. No cap. Also looking to cross early, potentially Adet going to retrieve this boat. So no cap, 74 points, 17th on the leaderboard. Still doable for them. Again, a couple of mishaps along the way tonight have definitely made it difficult for them.
I mean, whenever we're looking at this, Hardships are really only 26 points out of qualifying, and they're presently in 22nd. So there are capabilities if these guys can string something together. Downside for Hardships, they've already lost 2 members, so not too likely at this stage. But
yeah.
Sable, TS, KEKW, they have opportunities, man. Hey, look, I'm trying to gas them up a little bit, Hypoc.
Hey, I was gonna say I'm with you there. Maybe not in this game. Maybe not after that.
Still
maybe,
a chance.
Maybe Sonics knew that. Maybe it was just that's Hardships. Let's go ruin their day. That's typical Shrimsy. I'd say he's the one that's made the call there.
I mean, anything's possible, right, Hypoc? Whenever we get to the end of the day, looking through again, rotations, scouting boats, couple of teams making it to the circle. Oddly enough, Sonics have stopped to bridge camp over on the Western Bridge, and that could spell some trouble for most notably Veritas and potentially hardships that are eyeing maybe going for that bridge or maybe a boat, at least around the beachfront. TS looks like they're just going to go ahead and get some boats, and they're going to make the more eastern approach on they have a couple of rocks and stuff like that to work with, and most notably taking away several boats and denying resources from several teams, making it a little bit harder for everybody else to cross.
You see, it's interesting you mentioned that because Sonics actually get to the bridge ahead of Veritas. Now, I'm pretty sure they're aware of it from the high ground. At least they definitely should have heard it. Now they're going to opt to cross, so no real threat over on the west bridge. Zenith actually making their way across on the eastern bridge as well, with Gravity already set up at the top on Observatory, overlooking the rest of it. 300 actually going to send shots towards Sonics as they cross. Any knocks coming through just yet, but expect Sonics to settle for that compound just off to the east of the bridge on the south side.
Zenith making their cross, and you can see it's going to be Gravity up on Radio Tower right now. Not a lot contesting Zenith on their approach. Gravity just taking a couple of shots. No Cap looks like they're going to be playing the hills just to the north of Military Base proper. Going to go ahead and get that compound under their control. Really, we're looking at rotations coming in right now. Are going to be Hardships, TSM, Rumblers, Ascendants, KEKW, and ATC. They're kind of our tail end teams. A lot of them really moving in early and going ahead and getting territory claimed and making sure that they don't have to contest with the craziness that can happen whenever you're trying to cross. It almost like they lined up to perfectly allow each other to pass without bumping into each other and getting vision.
Yeah, and Veritas actually wisely identifying a gap there with Sonics going to the compound, so we'll come across and drift to the right up to the top of the hill. Again, we've seen Veritas set up a number of times here on the military zones. Try and look for some of these rotators coming in on the west side, maybe by boat, or some of these late bridge crossers. Still got Rumblers, KEKW, ATC, Ascendants, all outside the zone on the north side. TSM did get down to Primorsk, and you know it, Lobes and Chubb are not too far away. I'm wondering actually if they're considering the possibility that Sonics are going to hunt down and chase them from Gatka now. I don't think that it's doable, but I mean, the Lobes may have secured a boat over here, but I think that the thought's got to be there that Lobes camps the bridge and camps the beach and maybe finds a late rotator of Sonics, because they did drift all the way over to Gatka, right? Then they stayed to loot as well.
I mean, if you're TSM right now and you see that Sonics are already taking like fights very early and chasing down people to get kills, that would make you a little bit more hesitant. You know, it's neck and neck as they are tied at the time. Sonics and TSM just right up next to each other. So we'll see if what exactly ends up going on with this. TSM do indeed have a boat, and they're going to be making the cross. There are no teams on the western cliff facing, so they're pretty okay. It's really just going to be the hardships taking these shots into them, trying to get maybe something out of it. Chubbas does have some pretty decent vision on it, but there are going to be some retaliation shots coming back from TSM. Loeb's vision a little bit harder to come by, as TSM is going to be just heading off into the horizon.
Yeah, optimistic shots from Lobes going out there, but yeah, just to fend them away, maybe herd them into a safer spot, a more passive position over on the west or the southwest side of Sosnovka once they do find land.
And you can see kind of what's going on with the hills right now as different teams are trying to get ideas on what's happening. KEKW does see ATC, takes a couple of shots into him, but just enough to make him want to go to a different position. There is a little bit brewing on the bridges still, as we still have Fabled that has not opted into crossing the bridge. Instead, Rumbler is going to be cutting onto the eastern bridge. There's a lot of just weird that's kind of going on as people are showing different hesitation moments and afraid of what could be coming. Rumblers, looks like Valiant is going to have information on the fact that this is at least going to be open for now, and Rumbler's not going to be forced to play around the Fabled location. KEKW looks like they're just going to go ahead and cut just a little bit further to the west of this, potentially just jump off that cliff facing to the south of them, and Ascendant's in no rush either. So Circle's going to pop, pretty much military base. I'm totally surprised.
Yeah, shocker. But one interesting thing is actually we've had a couple of West Sosnovka circles. So this one pulling actually over towards the east side on the bunkers here is why we're going to see a couple of teams make a mad dash. We know how powerful these positions are come the late game. And actually Zenith setting up a 2-2 split right dead center of this circle now.
Comets just were to the west of that position. 300 going to go ahead and find Veritas, but Veritas is going to go ahead and find Neverwhore. Get the knock onto him. Doesn't look like they've gotten the flush. There he goes, finally comes through, but Leda makes a quick drive-by to make sure he takes down Michael. And this is starting to turn a little bit rough for Veritas as they've gone ahead and just jumped into position. And look at this, just on the hunt, pops out. Vox going to go ahead and say the fact that we know exactly where Ethan is. He is not long for this world unless he finds some way to make this work, trying to find some way to juke around. He knows it's a problem. It's just going to be back and forth. Molotov's going to land right in front of him. Is it going to connect? Yep, he's on fire. He's in some trouble. He's not even going to have too many options to work with, just trying to med his way up into this. Is he going to get it in time? No! Goes down. Jazza tries to fit it up. Does manage to take down Vox. And I think that might just be where they call it. Unless he decides to rotate around this, he might just stop into rolling by and trying to get vengeance for his teammate, but head kick gets a read onto it, goes for a spray of his own back into it, and it is a car v car battle, trying to use them for cover at the time. Head kick, though, has a Molotov, and that's kind of dirty to drop right on top of it. Has to peek around the side, and there you go. Head kick manages to pick it up, but at the cost of 3 members.
Yeah, just mutually assured destruction, to be honest with you. And Sonic's now come across, and unfortunately going to be a fairly low-value third party here because there's only one person left. Sonic's to find. Head kick now on the backside of the shack. Going to get flushed out by some of this utility. At least the bombardment comes through with the nades. First one doing a lot of damage actually on the backside. Tiggleton will find the final and pick that up. 300 will fall as well after dealing with Veritas.
That was a ton of grenades being thrown out from Sonics. They wanted to make sure that they got control over that. You can see kind of where Sonics were playing a second ago as different teams are kind of getting an idea on what's going on. It looks like KEKW might be crossing around that point. Rumblers, though, still caught up in what's going on with ATC, and Fabled's just going to be to the west of this. So ATC trying to keep an eye on what's going on with Rumblers, but have to be pretty cautious as Fabled could present its own problem as they're cutting through. But it looks like Fabled might narrowly miss them cutting into the south.
Flex going to send some long-distance shots up to the high ground. We're seeing lots of space
before the
over on
Spectator did. He saw it before the Spectator did. The Spectator client picked it up after he started taking his shots. That is insane.
Wait, what was that? Sorry.
Those shots, whenever we saw Icy Flex taking him out, it took a second for the Spectator to pop in where those shots were going.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Okay, well, let's take a look down at KEKW. They're kind of bumping into Ascendance. What do you want to talk about at this point, Hypoc? Because it's just rotate into rotate, but there's enough comfort zones that I think everybody should still be fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, all this space over on the west, actually, a couple of the latecomers, KEKW and Ascendance, going to be able to come in and get situated, at least recover for the time being. And with the circle pulling back down to the southwest, it's a perfect opportunity for Ascendance to come in and find Lodge, actually. So lots of space for them to set up into, and 4 or 5 teams cut out outside on the northeast, and a few teams that are in a precarious position now that are still in the military base itself.
So you can get an idea on what Purdy is looking at right now, trying to make sure that he surveys the horizon in front of him. Take a couple of harassing shots as they go. Ascendance already pops in. TS in a little bit more of trouble, but really, my eyes are kind of caught in looking at what's going on around the bunkers position, as I wouldn't be surprised if several teams are going to rotate through. Yep, looks like Rumblers might be trying to scout this one out. Putting close to where we see Zenith playing from. Valiate's going to get a couple of shots thrown at him. Instead, rotate to the north just a little bit, but that's going to put them around where Gas Cans is. Instead, they're going to stop and just take the top of Zenith's bunker that they're playing from at the time. I think most of the other teams might be rotating the south, but Rumblers making a commitment to this point and feeling like this is going to be their safety play for now.
Yeah, I think so. It's not too much pressure on the way in. I mean, other than a couple of warning shots sent out. No real damage coming through. No knock coming through, but speaking of pressure elsewhere, No Cap and Fabled sending shots back and forth in rotation. Both trying to make ways towards C block over on the north side of the base. Actually, a decent spray at distance there from Faye doing looked like a headshot and a follow-up tag, but no knock.
There is still a lot of military base proper in the northern part of the circle, so you can see that's going to be where No Cap opts into playing. Fabled can still just stop just to the west of them. Hardshift's 2 members are going to be to the northwest of this, maybe contemplating making a similar move, but not having the numbers just based off of the early shenanigans with Sonic, so have to be a little bit more cautious with it. ATC, you can see now making their approach right up along the wall, but they're going to have Gravity that's posted up in front of them, as well as TSM after that, so got to be a little bit careful, but it's actually going to be Gas Cans that get vision of No Cap as they continue their stretch into the south, and that's going to be what you see Sigsy going down there.
CSES, Blue and Menox just trying to occupy that. Zovran under a lot of pressure, actually. That's Luke 12 laying down the fire. CTSM have set up to greet any latecomers on the east side of the circle as well. Spread very thin, and Alo and Penta are actually controlling the coastline here, but actually it's ATC as well that are stuck behind Gravity for the time being. Zovran just can't find a safe spot on the backside of the shack now, and see Baddie coming up the hillside, going to find Marselek for free. There's a second player here though, not anticipating he's going to get traded out.
Yeah, ATC is in a lot of trouble right now, trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this. Melon pretty much by himself. He's going to go ahead and go down. ATC's other member is going to go ahead and run to the north. But with the long-range shots, Purdy Curdy gets vision on Zovran. He's going to get the knock on him outside the blue zone, so she'll be able to flush it up as well. That's going to be what happens with it. So the question comes to play, what do you do if you're one of these weakened teams at this stage? Circle's going to pop over into the west, and it's going to cut out a lot of the military base itself, still leaving in kind of the landing strip as well as the wall, but a lot of open space in those fields to the south.
Yeah, there is. It is actually hard shifts that make a mad dash for it and get themselves set up behind a tree and a vehicle to try and ride this one out with the positioning. TS actually laying low just to the north of this as well.
Choppa just clinging to that cover right now. Doesn't even care. It doesn't matter that it's knocked over. He just needs what he can get. Zenith making a little bit of a move of their own. That's going to be harassed by gas cans at range. They're going to be able to get in safe zone. ATC is going to be rolling around a similar point. And ATC, man, you don't have got too many options. Zenith's going to go ahead and take a couple of shots at them. Luckily, Luke didn't have vision on that based off of the rotation, so ATC is going to be able to continue forward for now. Zenith's going to be the kind of tail end of the defense where we're going to have to see maybe Rumblers and the Morrow for Gravity also potentially coming along this path.
It was ATC actually sent it right onto True Sight. I'm sure Berry Vibes with the pre-nade there is going to get an opening knock, but comes through. There you go. Trimsy actually going to deal the final blow through Icy Flex, and ATC eliminated here. TS will hold on for the time being. Rumblers now looking to pressure Zenith in one of the bunkers on the edge of the runway. Very difficult here to make this push, Matt.
Those are very aggressive smokes coming down through there. You can see the fact that they're either thinking about aggressing onto them or maybe just covering somebody else trying to rotate around this point. Honey Badger does go down as Gravity was trying to make their approach into this, and with the split that we saw coming out from Zenith, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. They're having to contest with Rumblers on one side and Gravity on the other. Poon is just trying to survive what's going on at the time, trying to juke around the grenades and all the utility that's coming his way. Seeing if maybe he can slow it down for a little bit longer, but there's no chance for him to be able to get too much more out of this other than that grenade that's going to land right on top of Morrow. He can't make it over into Honey Badger, so he has to hold this one down. The Molotov actually connects onto D-Rich as well, and that's going to spell doom for Gravity.
Poon is just pinpoint accuracy with the utility there. Gravity will fall, but Zenith not out of the woods just yet. They've still got Rumblers to deal with, and Gascan's now going to pull up on the side of No Cap, who are stuck on the inside here. The third party comes through. It's actually Rumblers laying down the fire. Nikos and Oldler's taken down very low.
This is such an awkward point to try to climb up. Minox drops the grenade right on top of Adam, and you can see a lot of people getting vision on what's going on. No Cap trying to play around the different points on this. Adam trying to figure out maybe if he can go for some type of play around this point. Gascans, they're just getting harassed from so many different angles. They still have Microbit playing back and building back behind this, but I mean, there's not too much he's been able to get out of it so far. You can see that Adit's still just trying to see if maybe he can creep around the side, get a little bit of vision, but it's going to be Floob that peeks up, and Oldless gets knocked onto him. Minox comes up trying to get a little bit of vengeance, but that's going to be a ton of damage dropping back onto No Cap. Minox now being the last member up, trying to find something that can get out of this, but yet again, it's just going to be a quick pickup coming up from Gascans, and they're going to have a little bit of a control point to play for now, but the circle does shift to the south away from where they just fought.
Yeah, and look at it. I mean, the picture just covering it still, but Luke 12 still set up on the east side on the high ground, just patrolling, in a position to feed all of this information. And Kurt, Alo, and Penta already playing forward into the circle. They have a really good split set up on the south side.
Do want to note the fact that Punich did manage to get the res onto Honey Badger, who was down earlier, so they're going to have themselves that little bit of a gatehouse to play for now, maybe even gatekeeping out a couple of teams from the gatehouses. Different teams might make their plays. Rumblers, though, they've got a little bit of a harder decision in front of them. This area to the north is going to be very stacked with people trying to make different rotations as they go. KW is going to go ahead and try to make a play, but it's going to be under the pressure from Sonics, taking a couple of shots with them. And so now Sonics do have their eyes caught up into Fabled. We're also about to make their run and gun approach into this, but looks like everybody is just realizing, okay, this might be the moment to make the play. KEKW does have one of their members go down as they make their approach, but the other two, well, I say that. The other one goes down as they try to get an angle. There's just nowhere for KEKW to find safe. Ascendant shooting them from the south. See Fable's trying to make their rotation now. There's just too many threats. Helmets are already playing from this position. Sneak attack, the last one up. He's going to go down as well. And here we go. Another follow-up coming in right back behind it. Comets don't even have a second to breathe as gas cans roll right up into this position. PK has a read onto it, gets it down onto one, retreats away from the point, spots out another vehicle rolling through, and it is just targets all around him. Gets another connection onto this one. PK trying to hold it together. The last one up for his team, but there are just too many gas cans, and they manage to take the fight.
Pat Caps goes down swinging though, man. He nearly clutched that out. It's just unable to really isolate through the chaos. What? Adam? The ump? Sent out a laser headshot there at like 150 meters.
I'm not going to be mad about it. Let's see if he can manage to get any more work out of it from this stage. They're going to have to deal with a couple of threats around them. As looks like Rumblers are going to start making their push to the south. They're very aware of where Zenith was playing just a moment ago. You can see Waldo is going to get taken down from the gas cans. He goes, let's try to get that flush onto it, but keep in mind, gas cans do need to move a little bit further south themselves, and it's not the friendliest of territories as they do have Sonics. They're taking a couple of shots at them from the west. So as they make their approach into this, they're very caught up and know the fact that Zenith can cause a lot of problems for them, as well as the Rumblers' positioning. So with this, Sonics are going to go ahead and shift back over just a little bit more to get into a threatening position for gas cans, and let's see how gas cans responds.
Things will finally slow down. A couple of teams now getting themselves situated. Tiggleton did actually spot out Freeze there. I'm not sure if he able to get the connection though. Two members of Ascendants fall out in the open. Freeze just brazenly proned in the open trying to find something to play behind. There's not an awful lot of anything. TSM now looking to punish Ascendants as they pull up. Zelot and Magi both down right now. Luke 12 actually going to backfill the compound here. She could have been a good opportunity, but Sonics pull up onto gas cans to try and deal with them, trading back and forth here.
Sonics and TSM have the exact same idea, just in different parts of the map. Sonics rolling through, trying to see if they can manage to pump this one up. They know exactly where the gas cans are at, but a quick shift around from two different members are going to make it a little bit more difficult. Mine playing up at the top of it. Last member up for his squad has to be super cautious. Throwables now coming through. We can see he's trying to juke through him as he makes the plays around it. But Hikerman holding up as well as Nikos. Gets a little bit of vision, tries to go for the spray into it. Not going to get enough just quite yet, but Oldless does get rezzed, and this is going to make it even more problematic. But hey, let's go ahead and throw in Zenith as well. Lunage getting the shots in the backside of this one means that Oldless is going to go down. While all of that was happening, TSM did manage to polish off Ascendants, picking up even more points, adding more pressure to this fight for Sonic.
They do actually, and Honey Badger and Poonage did deal with Rumblers in the meantime as well, so cleared themselves a little bit of space to at least make this vehicle rotation in, get themselves set up inside the circle. Zolmok's actually going to find Luke 12. We know he drifted out towards the compound to try and punish Ascendants on that rotation. Should be able to comfortably find this revive at least. And TSM 11 kills now and will remain 4 strong.
We're talking about the fact that TSM can get the average points to start making it a little bit scary for Oath as well. Zenith still alive, holding down position, 2 members up. They use the distraction of Sonics making this rotation and buy themselves a different space as well. Mime still not going to go down without a fight, gets it down and flush. I think he spotted out Nikos as well, going for another spray, but Nikos is going to hold it up. Does manage to take him down. So gas cans, 2 members now getting shot from the side of this one. It's going to be very vibes lining in. Poonage also getting some harassment into it. Guadalajara gas cans go down, and we have our top 4.
Oh, yep. KEKW 1, Zenith 2, TS 3. Oh, they were 3. Arsenal just got knocked there, and TSM still 4 strong here, recovering from that engagement. Actually, Alo going to get traded out here. Poonage's got an open sight line to flush as well. Freesk still threat in the grass. When does he decide to strike? I mean, if he can get right in behind TSM, they're so split here that he only needs to find Luke 12 and Kurt. Penta's so far away that he's not going to be able to recover that.
TSM think it's so flat that they have to be safe here. Luke 12 lines up, takes down another one of the True Sight members, and you can see the fact that they're trying to figure out exactly where all the angles are coming from. TSM just kind of rolling through this open area, using the touch of the hillside to give them the protection that they need. It's going to open up the positioning for KEKW to come up right back behind that and pop up right behind TSM like a deadly jack-in-the-box. Now, TSM, how are you going to play this? Pinta all the way to the east, caught up and looking into Zenith's position, but there is the fortification that True Sight is playing from. Sure, it's not the best fortification in the world, but in comparison to nothing, it is giving them survival positioning.
You serious?
Oh,
Oh,
doesn't
dude,
quite
come
make it.
on. Come on. Oh, you hate
That's a
to see it.
heartbreaker.
That is absolutely, especially because Kurt's drifted away as well. So you literally would have had a free 1v1 onto Luke 12. Ugh, that's tough.
Circle did pop, naturally favors TSM because, I mean, they own so much of the circle at the time. Does not favor the last positionings and the cover coming out for True Sight. They're going to have to figure out how they want to handle this. Instead, they've got some vision onto Zenith, and they are going to get the knock onto Punich. Honey Badger, now the last one up, finding himself in a hard spot. Let's be real. He's got 3 members from 2 different teams on 2 different angles from him, trying to survive. Penta gets the vision onto him, takes him down, and that pushes TSM up into 12 kills at this stage. Now eyeing into True Sight's positioning. Grenades are starting to run through, but Penta has the angle now, not having to be concerned with Zenith's positioning. Him and Purdy Curry now create a firing line to deny any movement for True Sight. Now down to 2 members trying to figure out how they're going to make their approach. Purdy already has vision on where another one at. Luke's trying to fight this one off in a 1v1 off to the side of it, but does go down into Arson. So there is signs of life and angles that they can try to play, but Purdy finds the angle onto Barry Vibes. He goes down. Now it's all onto Arson, creeping forward in a 2v1 and an easy peasy pop there. That's going to be TSM with 15 kills and a round victory. And oh, Kai Pak, it's starting to look pretty crazy at the top of this leaderboard.
It is, yeah, and I'm not sure how it closes out there, how it sits with Zenith and Oath right in first and second, but TSM having a banger of a game puts them straight back into discussion as well, Matt. Again, really, really good crowd control, I'd say, down to the south side of that circle. Again, identifying Ascendants coming out of the compound, Luke 12 backfilling it, knowing they have to recover and get those 2 revives, which are the 2 forward members of the team, at least the ones that tried to move out of the circle first. So really, really well played there, and just kind of a 1-by-1, really, just identifying which threat to deal with.
I mean, again, whenever TSM makes it into this stage of the game, we've talked about it for forever. These guys know how to handle so many different parts of the map and know how to just take control over a circle. Question comes into play. Can anybody catch up to the positioning of Oath in first place? Who's going to be our top 6 teams? Who's going to be going to the last chance qualifier, making it into our top 14? So with this, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We will see you guys in just a few minutes. Here we are, the last game to figure out who's going to be going on to the grand finals and who's going to be going to last chance qualifiers and who is done. Quick breakdown for everybody. Top 6 grand finals, 7 through 14. They're going to be going to last chance qualifiers, going to be competing up against LATAM, figuring out who's going to be those last 4 spots going to the grand finals. And if you're not in the top 14, that's all I can say. Yeah, hopefully we will see you guys come back into the next event after this one. So, IPOC, last round. What all are we looking at?
Dominance from TSM, to be honest with you. Again, they were set up very early on to greet any latecomers on the east. After they obviously deal with whatever's over there, they create an awful lot of space for themselves. And the thing is that they're never happy to just sit back. They spread wider and wider, taking more and more control as the game progresses. And right there, I mean, like I said, it was just perfect crowd control, identifying one by one which team to wipe in order, and it looked easy for them.
Here's my question. This is great leaderboard, whatever. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because the next one is the one where I feel like we need to spend a lot of time talking about. Let's look at our overall, see how close it's getting. Zenith has crossed that line and has managed to top Oath, sitting by 1 point. But look, it's going to be Zenith, Oath, then 13 points back behind that's going to be TSM. Sonics, still could be eyeing positionings, but let's be real. It's a pretty big jump coming out from them. When we're looking at everything else on this, what else stands out to you? I mean, any trolls in chat? I don't think that they have a chance. What else are we looking at here?
No, I think we can safely say Ascendants have locked in now and will place in 6th overall. Nobody really going to be able to make a move for that. Elsewhere, I mean, the thing's still kind of on the cards. I mean, Comets still have an opportunity to close that distance once again on the Rumblers. And the Rumblers only 5 points behind TAC 8 now, who we know aren't playing tonight. So, again, if they want to secure the position, at least, and force it to Comets to pass TAC 8, they've only got to find 5 points in this last game.
Just as a reminder for everybody, we have 3 different groups. And so if you see Group B, they are not playing at the time. A couple of you guys could have come in late to try to figure out what's going on. That's kind of the nature of the beast and where we're sitting at the time. So Group B, such as Oath in 2nd place right now, they get no more chances to make points. Zenith and TSM around them, though, do have the opportunity. So we'll have to see in this last game if TSM has been racking up so many points. Zenith is still just trying to find kill point upon kill point to get themselves into secure positions. I thought Zenith was dead several times inside of that last game, but they managed to find ways to get the points to get that top just above Oath now.
What was it? Is it 44 points in 2 games for TSM there? It was 19 and 25-point games. So just insane for them to come alive really towards the end of this. So I'm excited to see how they can close it out.
We were talking about the chance for TSM to catch up into Oath's positioning would require them on average of 19 points per game a little while ago. And look, now it's just getting into 14 points. They've managed to catch up into those situations. So now Zenith, who is feeling pretty good and is feeling pretty good about finally passing Oath, still has to be nervous because TSM has been on fire lately.
Yeah, they have. It's reflected here statistically as well. They're just putting up numbers. Yes, I got to say, let off the gas a little bit through the middle of the group stages, but absolutely looking to close out in style and still contest those top spots.
Zenith, what all do you have in the tank? Can you manage to get enough points to give you that safe position away? I wouldn't be surprised if we see Zenith playing this a little bit safer at the start. TSM maybe chilling for a circle, but then getting a little bit more aggressive like we saw them in that last round, making early plays to secure positioning, get them in that point where they could win that last game. And you can see, while we're looking at total points, sure, that's going to be in the favor of Zenith right now, but all other categories so close.
Yeah, they really are. It's not much actually. Well, the winner ticket did account, obviously in favor of TSM also. But again, that's a bounty as well. And TSM tying things up now on 5. I mean, if they come out on the last one, they could actually clutch up and take that bounty home for themselves.
I am waiting to see how this goes down. I know that we had a couple of Oath people that were watching this, talking in chat, talking on social media. They've got to be a little bit heartbroken. And now just seeing what else can happen. TSM still nipping on their heels right back behind this one, praying the fact that they don't get 13 points. Because remember, there is also a lot going on other than just pride and situation, other than just top 6. Now, a lot of these teams are vying for specifically money positioning, as well as just, again, bragging points. You want to come into this, if you TSM just got signed, you know that Oath and Zenith want to get that win above them, just to have the fact of just being able to say it. But here's our prize pools right now, so you can see how everything's going to break down and set up this last round.
It is, and obviously I don't want to say that the consolation prize obviously is going through to the last chance qualifiers, and then 500 for anyone placing outside of that. But really, there's discussions of the group stage curse, and with Zenith taking the lead now, I guess a couple of the expected favorites, right, can maybe relax a little bit, whether or not they're still going to make a push for it in the last game here.
You mentioned it a second ago. You can see the fact the total prize pool, but notice the bonus prizing. We do have some bounties, most notably to the player with the highest kills, highest assists, highest damage, and to the team that gets the most chicken dinners. And a lot of those are still on the table at the time. Got just a few more seconds before we move into the last round. Hypoc, any insights?
No, I think it's going to be an exciting one. TSM making a last-minute run for it, and I'm really hoping they can close this out. It would be a really, really impressive performance on the final day of the group stages.
We know they have the capabilities of it. Can Zenith hold on to number one? Is TSM going to catch up to them, overtake Oath and Zenith? Are we going to be able to see who holds on, gets into those positions to get into our top 14 and make it a last chance qualifier? Guys, it is time to move into our last game, and it is starting itself over Kameshki and going to end up in Primorsk for Plane Path.
Yeah, so most things going to be available off this. I don't think we're going to have as much of I guess, desperation audibles being called here. So everybody should be able to have a relatively relaxed start to the game. Unless you're hard shifts, I guess. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not Sonics are going to continue to harass in the early game. Secretly, yeah, I want to see it again.
Any early game action like that makes me happy. We've actually been blessed with several early game shots coming out from this one. Sonic's providing us with what we just saw in the last round, and then there was that Penta shot starting off the day. So we'll see if we get any more coming out from that. But it looks like TSM's probably going to try to stretch their way up to Georgia Pole. Hardshift should get a little bit more of that distance this time around. And I don't know, everything's looking pretty safe, except for maybe that what we got going on with any trolls in chat going on with TS right now. You can see, do a little bit of a juke around. Marshall's going to be fine. You should be able to make it to the shack and doesn't want to overcommit to this stage. I don't blame them. Wait. Oh yeah, they see the gun come out instantly. True Sight goes, no, okay, no, not worth it anymore. Not worth it.
Actually, Melon's got an M4 now, and he's going to be able to chase down another member here. M4 and an SKS, and it's going to be disastrous for Zolmox. He's going to find him, going to get hunted down here. This is ATC responding perfectly to a little early game aggression from True Sight.
A 50-50 circled for the last round as well. True Sight losing a member early. ATC having to be careful because Zenith didn't hear that. I don't think that we're going to see Zenith make any plays at the time, but it's also going to slow them down just a touch. Hypoc, this circle. What do you do, man? What do you do? Where do you go?
I mean, for this one, I think majority of teams are going to bank on the north side, and really, it comes down to who can get control of the bridge. If it does go to Sosnovka, right? You want the freest rotation possible if the worst case scenario happens with Circle 2. But we'll have to wait and see. I expect any mad dashes for it or any real fighting over compounds. I think everyone's going to try and position up, get in a safe spot to be able to see Circle 2 pop, and then make a decision based on that.
See that we do have TSM that's kind of close to the hard shifts, but I feel like the hard shifts after the last round just aren't really wanting to take a fight very early, so they probably aren't even aware of TSM's positioning off of that one. But TSM very aware of where hard shifts like to make their drops at, so make sure to keep an eye on that as they're kind of rotating around for right now. Looking at everything, with the plane path, keep in mind, guys, we started over Kameshki. That means a lot of teams dropped early for those positions. So the Northeast actually has a ton of teams. The circle going all the way to the Southwest means the fact that there's going to be a lot of teams rotating potentially on top of each other unless they go for wider, more stretching rotations.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of space on the north. This circle does cut just underneath Everest, so it's not as if we have any real terrain or cities to cut off some of these rotation routes. If teams decide to try and come in on the north side. Now, I'm more concerned about what's happening down on the south coast, to be honest with you, because there's lots of teams out on the east side. I mean, like I said, with this starting up on Kameshki, you've got Comets, Zenith, ATC, again, actually, Marcelek still driving down towards Milton Power, chasing down, looking to punish this early game aggression. He's actually going to pull up outside the yellows here, potentially loot a little further and just be in a position to I guess, seal the deal on them.
It's like any trolls in chat or any trolls in game right now, just trying to get a little bit of vengeance back at the time. True Sight, they're having a little bit of trouble. Remember the fact that True Sight was starting to get in touching distance and trying to contest into getting that top 14. So this is a pivotal game for True Sight. If they can manage to recover and pick up just a couple of more points, they can potentially get to that stage. They only need 6, all things provided if we don't see Rumblers or Comets pick up too many more. If they're wanting to get successfully in there, they need to make sure that they get at least 11, I would say.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. So Sonic's 4 minute 30 mark going to start making moves towards the West Bridge. And again, I don't expect them to fully commit to crossing yet, but just get close enough to at least have the opportunity to do so should it be necessary. 300 actually pulling, I guess, towards just away from center here, but...
Don't do it, Hardship. Don't do it. Don't go this way.
I'm looking as well, man. Just please leave. Oh, you've hit something.
Oh, denied. No buggy for you. But you at least managed to get away from Sonics, who are, let's be honest, bloodthirsty right now, to say the least. Sonics, this is a pretty aggressive rotation, I feel like. They're cutting through the hillside. They're looking around. It feels like they're trying to get somebody to shoot at them so that way they can spin on it.
Well, I mean, they're looking as if they're coming towards at least the trenches outside Ferry Pier. Actually, Zenith going to have lots of problems. ATC once again pulling up on a team. It's actually going to isolate 2 members of Zenith. 2 free kills on the drive-by.
That is
ATC
huge.
looking to finish with a bang here.
That is huge. Zenith, our #1 team at the time, already losing 1 member, but they're going to go ahead and try to get a kill of their own. Chaos is starting to ensue as Gravity's baddie does go down, giving a little bit more breathing room on Oath and TSM that are going to be chasing back behind them. Losing 2 members early, though, is going to put more pressure on Zenith. They have to make sure that they manage to make it into the later stages of the game to at least secure the safety of position points. We know that Zenith, as we just saw, not afraid to take a fight, and no matter the numbers that they have around them, but they should be aware that TSM still has all 4 members up and is going to be on the hunt to try to get as many points as they can, because with the way TSM has been playing, again, I know we keep talking about it, there is potential for them to surpass not only Oath, but Zenith if they have a good enough game.
It's definitely possible. Rumblers make their way from Yasnaya and fairly early, actually, ahead of the curve from where we'd usually expect them. Now Zenith, or Shimboy at least, on the prowl. Towards Sharkfin, Maro actually going to try and pull out of the compound here. Shimboy will open up. I need a little bit of a bait on the outside there. We're not going to try and chase this. Look at this Poonage coming along now. Mara's got to tuck his tail between his legs now and get the hell out of there.
It's a little bit riskier than it seems, as Yazovrin's going to take a couple of shots, force Poonage over into this point. Now, all right, Zenith, what's the next strategy? Because usually you see duos go, okay, look, this is a little bit risky. Let's go ahead and play safety. Zenith, all right, just go ahead and make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about, because these guys are just on the hunt. They're looking for anything that's moving around them, realizing that with the potential of the circles that could come, trying to pick up every single point now could be the pivotal point for them.
I think at this point they just want to put up whatever they can to, I guess, set the mark, set the goal for TSM. Yeah, don't really have to worry about making their way in as a duo at least. Valley actually going to spot Hella up on Church. I was going to say, I thought she was maybe still inside the vehicle there, but the triple nade going to come through. Bye, Hella. What? Yeah, I was going to say, thank God for that. How? The prone mitigation there from the nade almost actually allowed us to survive with 1 HP.
Rumblers are 14th place team, presently the last team that are going to be going on to last chance qualifiers. Looking like they're trying to secure some more points. Fabled, the team that they're got their eyes set on. Trying to figure out how they're wanting to handle the approach onto this. You can see Simply Matt has an idea on where Rumblers are at. Rumblers still just playing around the low point on the hillsides. The way that they're moving on this, I mean, they are getting an entrapment point, but I don't know how aggressive they're wanting to be on this positioning.
You're right. I mean, really, they're getting the kill for free. They don't want to over-invest in this fight. They don't want to risk going out. Obviously, Comet's trailing them by 4 points initially, 5 now with that kill going through. Comet's still got to make their way into the circle, actually, over on the northeast side, just coming through Snake.
I don't know. Comets only needs 5. There's so many little things that can happen to get into the top 14 right now. Just trying to break them down would just be insane. There's capabilities for a lot of these teams. And so Fabled going to go ahead and rotate out. No surprise off of that one. A very rare where it's going on. But here's the problem. Veritas is on the other side of this one. Going to take a couple of shots at him. And while they were trying to get away from Rumblers, now they're just kind of driving in circles with no options to work with. Everybody stacked up in one vehicle. They were hoping this was open. Rumblers do get a little bit of vision onto it, but it's Veritas that's doing the harassment. Where are they going? There's nothing they can do. They lost their tire. They're just trying to creep forward. Nobody has died yet, but headshots are starting to come in. They're going too slow. They're creeping forward. Vehicle's on fire. One of the members goes down.
It's going to blow up inside.
Narrowly creep in. The vehicle's going to explode, but it doesn't take down Fable. They somehow survived that and should be able to res. I thought for certain with those teams firing at them, they were dead, but Fable manages to survive in a very, very dangerous point.
Yeah, Michael actually coming through, sending some nades on the inside, going to do a lot of damage, but no, not actually the double knock comes through. Simply Matt and Faye will fall. Actually, sneak attack will get the first aid off. And Michael, got to play this slow. His teammates not close by. You can see Danny G heading over in a vehicle on the map on the left side of your screen. Rumblers as well here. Again, that's the team you want to see potentially get some kill points off this. The Molly a little short. Surprised actually Rumblers aren't third party in this.
Trying to go for the res, but I think that's going to spell doom. Veritas creeping forward, should be able to spot it. Michael coming around right now. He's going to be able to see. Got to be careful as he jukes through. This one does get the return knock onto it. Dancing around. You can see sneak attack, trying to get a sneak attack off. Gets a little bit of a spray on Michael and forces him away from the angle, but there's a lot going on. Sneak attack does get the down onto, but we are going to see Fable get removed. Comets now in a lot of trouble, just down to one member, trying to get into that 14th place position, but not going to get it. Again, it's a very violent moving around the map. ATC, while they have 2 members down, should be able to recover.
I mean, at this rate, ATC trying to make a play for Ascendance in 6th. We got another 29 points to find, but already 7 kills on the board for them. An explosive start to the game for them.
Where was this ATC before? Did they just decide the fact that, okay, now it's time to go for it? Because they're finding a lot of really sneaky little moves that they can make around what's going on inside the map to pick up a lot of very needed kills. But at least they don't have anybody that's really contesting at the top, except maybe Veritas if they have a big game. Back down in different positions on Sosnovka Island itself, you can see the gas cans kind of hunting down Gravity right now. D-Rich, the last 2 members up for them. Here's the footsteps around him, trying to play this one carefully. Pick up, spots it out, gets a little bit of damage, but not enough to take down Hikerman. Morrow goes down in the distance, and that leaves just D-Rich with a ton of gas cans players in front of him, hoping that maybe the grenade's going to connect. Not going to get it off. Hikerman's going to go off to the other side of this one. It looks like the grenades are just going to pass each other perfectly. Waterglar and gas cans know that they've got the numbers, now just looking for it, and yep, there you go. Gravity goes down.
I think actually Sonics are going to hear all this, so they know they've got kill points headed their way if they hold on. WK is actually getting into it with Ascendance up on the northwest side of the circle.
There is an odd situation that's actually brewing with ATC and gas cans and all these other teams going for as many kills as they can. That's denying more kills capability coming out from TSM. Sure, yeah, there's still 49 people alive. But if we keep seeing this aggressive of movement happening around them, that's going to limit more and more kills that TSM can potentially pick up. Heck, WKers look like they're going to go ahead and get some damage in and a flush onto Maji from Ascendance. Ascendance is holding down right now that 6th place spot. I would say kind of comfortably, and going to go ahead and get the return knockback onto Winnie. He's just 2 members for Keck W up at the time and not in a real best of positions to retaliate on this. They're probably just going to regroup off of it. So with the circle having popped and leaning more towards the island itself, these teams feeling a little bit more comfortable in the firefights as they go. So as we look right now, you can see Ascendance is going to go ahead, group back, hop inside their vehicles, and they should have a pretty easy rotation with the wounds that they managed to inflict onto Keck W. They've got the hillsides to play from. ATC slow rolling. I mean, they're on the, like, look at this. They're just hunting down movement around them, feeding information between them. Icy Flex already spotted out a new target, already taking shots at him. New circle pops, and it goes back down to the south, making this a little bit more of a difficult situation. Keep in mind, we still have the area that's around 300 that is going to be a hillside that a lot of teams could opt into crashing into, but TSM has Fairy Pier at this stage. Sonics to the east of them are going to be holding down the bridge. Gas cans, the only ones on the other island at the time, No Cap already making their move, and a lot of these teams to the north are going to have to figure out how they're going to handle a very difficult situation like this, where so much of this circle is water. Look through, trying to spot it out, see if anything is happening from this stage. Any trolls in chat, trying to see if maybe they can take down Rumblers, get a little bit more out of it. But Rumblers, look like they're at least going to be able to get 2 of their members away as the rest of ATC does come into support. Marsalek off to this point. Grenade's going to be coming back for him. Marsalek creeping away just a little bit as the grenades are going to pass by. That one gets pretty freaking close, though. Makes him a touch nervous off of that one. Marsalek just jumps from tree to tree, but that's going to reveal a point. So it's going to take a couple of shots, and now Rumblers are going to try to roll through this one, but Cherry does go down. Seat Swat's going to come in, and Los is just going to have to head for the horizon, get away from this one. Veritas, though, also playing the other side of this, is taking shots at Valiate. That's kind of forcing Rumblers' hand. They have to catch this as fast as possible to at least regroup. So Los is going to hop out of vehicle and now get to a different point back behind Veritas. Hopefully, maybe buying enough time for Valiate and the other rest of the members for this team to move. So with this positioning, what are we going to see? What can Rumblers try to get? Shots are going to come out from Danny G. Take down Waldo. Gonna spot out another one. Valiate's going to go down. Los was trying to make the play, but instead now he's just put himself in a very dangerous predicament. Michael already knows where he's at. Doesn't spot him out entirely, but no! Los manages to pop up, get a down off of it. And he managed to get a flush as well. He's going to go down. It's going to be shots coming through. Jazza does get the angle. Finally takes down the Rumblers. Veritas now eyeing positioning and how they're going to move. ATC has been hearing this, but doesn't want to commit to fighting out in the blue, and looks like they're cutting their way to the south. You can see the circle is now popped where everybody is positioned at. Looks like it's getting a little bit more comfortable. It's going to be where this next circle goes. Looking at the positionings at the time, you can see that Angels in chat continuing their run and gun strategy as they walk their way through, or drive their way through this one, I should say. Norcus realizes the targets are going to be in front of them of 300. It's like they're just going to go ahead and spin back around onto this, seeing more targets, more opportunities. ATC already at 8 kills at this stage. Seems like they find opportunity for themselves. They know the fact that the angles of approach that they came in from is pretty clear due to the actions that they themselves have taken. That's allowed them to be a little bit more aggressive onto this positioning. But I do want to point out the split that's coming up from Sonics right now does give them capabilities to harass this hillside just a little bit. On the very edge to the east, we can see that No Cap is holding down right on a gatekeeping position, kind of denying out TS as they're trying to creep their way into this. TS just sitting at 3 members from the earlier action we saw coming out from them before. No Cap is trying to see if maybe they can get this out, and Blues now come in, making it a little bit more difficult. Circle's going to pop. Does end up favoring Fairy per position. IPOC, it's getting messy.
Yeah, that's it. Look at that. Sigzy going to find Arson and Red Rider. The double knock here. Just trying to gatekeep, as you were saying. And with that circle posting, it gives No Cap even more time to set up and just secure these. Berry Vibes got it all to do. Try and recover this one. Another team that was trailing had the opportunity to chase, at least in this final game, and get some more position. Berry Vibes ticking away there, taking a little bit more damage. Just a matter of time as Addict closes the back door, finds it, true sight, eliminated, 11th place. Elsewhere, look at ATC lighted 300 up in the kill feed.
ATC is just killing everything. And again, that spells more and more trouble for TSM, who need to get as many kills as they can. ATC, I believe at this point, is sitting on 11. Yes, 11 kills. Vox being the last one up for 300. And I mean, a couple of teams are rolling into this point. Veritas is coming into the exact same time as Marsalek's going to be making a little bit of play. Gas cans are going to go ahead and send it across, trying to crash into where they see Sonics playing from. Only one member of Sonics holding down this point at the time. Gas can's already at 3 kills. You can see starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Mine playing on the outside of it is going to get spotted. He is going to go down. That's going to make it more difficult as Adam almost walks right into that grenade.
Yeah, lots of damage on the way in there as Gas Can's got to fight through again. Shrimsy upstairs. H-Red actually going to find Oldless. Ooh, nearly gets caught off guard there with the nade in his hand, but we'll send it downstairs. At least then give himself a little opportunity to reset back into the corner.
Shrimsy is eating so much utility and damn throwables coming out, trying to survive. Gets a knock onto one, trying to survive for a little bit longer. The rest of Sonics can't really support, though. It was that valiant attempt coming out from him. His last member of 300 does get spotted out. The other members of Sonics are going to be Tiggleton, who's playing around the lighthouse, and to the gas station is going to be our other member. But again, it's ATC making moves everywhere right now. TSM also has a very close threat to them, as it's going to be Ascendant that has creeped up into position. But ATC, Melon, has a read on Ethan's position. That was a quick, easy flush coming out from him.
Yeah, and that's the 12th on the board for them. Melon and Norcus, 4 kills apiece here. It's Danny G, the last survivor for Veritas over on the west side of the compound. And Things slow down for just a moment here. TSM set up a defensive line against Ascendants. This is down in the edge of Ferry Pier here, and we can see the circle forcing Ascendants closer and closer towards TSM. We're desperate for those kill points, as you've already said. Tickleton elsewhere. We'll find Heikeman, and that was after Shrimsy and Mime did fall. So H-Win and Tickleton still alive and kicking, trying to hold on to the gas. The gas station and glass house, at least for the time being. Tickleton actually a double nade comes through the flush and the knock.
Tig, just making it harsh. Adam now having to figure out how he's going to handle what's going on. My H1 can provide some long-range support. Tig just hits a headshot onto Adam.
You
He gets
dirty
vengeance
man.
for his teammates. Man, he's just something else.
Dirty, dirty man. So well played. Sonic's salvaging the best of a bad situation, right, with that gas cans pull up. Obviously losing 2 on the way in. Maybe just spread a little too thin to defend that. But the big thing is here, H-Win's able to regroup with Tickleton here, Matt.
Really important fight starting to brew in the south as it's going to be Ascendants making their approach onto TSM. Penta does get the knock onto Zealot. No Cap trying to figure out how they're going to make their approach. Keep in mind, Poonage is still alive right now for Zenith, the last member up, and is trying to buy position points for himself. Longer he stays alive makes it a little bit more difficult with TSM with every single team that drops off. No Cap. Looks like they're just trying to figure out how they're going to push forward into this. I don't know if they're even aware of Poonage's position at the time, but really everybody is going to have a couple of difficult plays that they're going to have to make except for hard shifts at this time.
He's looking as after the opening knock comes through, TSM I think actually was just pulling away, so they didn't have an opportunity to capitalize on Penta finding that opener. Melon and Norkis continuing to harass up on the edge of the circle here, and actually a little bit of a misread there. Danny G able to slip out of the compound here, but in the wide open, Melon gonna clean things up. The 13th kill, 5th for him. Veritas out in 7th place. 16 remain here.
Zenith just lost their last member in Poonage, I believe, so they don't have anything left that they can work from. So TSM, it's just a matter of how many points can you get. Can you manage to catch up with 15? They've got Ascendants that's next to them, but all the other targets are hanging out in the north at the time. No Cap still just trying to creep forward. It was going to be Plube that's playing that position where he did spot out where the last remaining member for Zenith was. So now starting to calm down a little bit, but guess what? There's still a roaming Melon up to the north of this. Spots out a little bit of what's going on. And are we going to see Melon continue to harass? Look, just walking, dude. Just walking. No cares in the world. Just like, hey, whatever. Something shoot at me. I'm just going to kill it.
Yeah, I think actually that sets the bar. TSM got to find 7 kills and the win basically here, and then we'll have to have a look at tiebreakers of how it plays out. But Melon potentially able to pick up these. Okay, I was gonna say, Adit was making a meal. Adit was making a meal of it there, and then Tiggleton's like, nope, sit down.
Every single time we try to hype it up, it's gonna go that way. And No Cap hopping on the motorcycle, rotating north. It's gonna be Tig taking shots as well as the hard shifts, and Tig just doing people dirty right now. Gonna go ahead and take that one down and harass Plube. You can't peek around that corner right now. There's somebody hard holding that angle. A couple of smokes gonna be coming out from No Cap, just trying to survive right now, waiting for the new circle to pop, and no surprise, it's gonna favor Hardship's positioning as well as Sonic's positioning. So Fairy Pier finally leaving out with TSM and Ascendant's gonna have to fight it out just a touch.
Another knock coming through. Tiggleton trying to punish even further here, and I think he has a decent idea of where he's knocked as well, so he's going to send some shots into the smoke, but no damage coming through for him. Tig and H-Win, decent opportunity to play the east side of the circle with the way that terrain works. They've got a little hillside to play, and see a little bit of safety, to be honest with you, from TSM and Ascendants down to the southwest.
TSM can't really make any moves because of Ascendants, and Ascendants can't make any moves because of TSM, so they're just kind of stuck staring at each other, both teams outside the safe zone. But TSM do have a little bit of the compound that's in play. They can kind of hang out and survive there for a while, so waiting for Ascendants to make the move. Houston Hardships, though, getting a little bit more active in their movements around the circle. As you can see that Lobes is kind of getting an idea on what's going on. He's just staring into the smokes at the time, and that's allowing Sonics to kind of reposition around onto this. All the smokes that No Cap has had to drop on top of each other, Sonics can take a little bit more of a centered position onto this and begin to maybe regroup, and they still have a lot of control for it. But oh, H1 makes the move at the exact same time No Cap does. Manages to get some damage into him, but Whoa, what just happened to Ascendants? They just got destroyed by TSM.
Did indeed, and that now gives them a lot of space to flex out into this circle. Hardshift's also, though, trying to spread out and deal with who's left over on the north and the east side here. JSAC going to find Plube. Menox now stuck inside the shack. H-Win about to seal his fate with a nade. And in the front door. It comes through and actually going to find it with the M4 now as Sonic's 9 kills. Still 2 standing. Actually, Dietrich's going to come through, try and open things up, but doesn't find that opening knock.
Ooh, revealed his position, and now it's a little bit more dangerous. Throws a grenade, but rejected by the tree there. So Sonic's going to be able to juke away from those grenades as they move. Should be aware of the fact that Hardshifts might opt into playing this a little bit more difficultly, but I don't know. We'll have to see how Hardshifts are playing this one. Chuba does get vision on TSM as they're making their rotation. Sends a couple of bullets down towards them to slow them. But it looks like TSM could be wrapping around the south, which is going to be along the same corridor where we see Tickleton and H-Win playing for Sonic. So that could be where we start to see a couple of firefight happen.
They're not looking either.
Yeah.
You see, Tickleton and H-Win are super focused to the north here, Matt. They could potentially get crapped up on here.
Matter of how TSM is wanting to play this. Chuba could take some shots. Might give them the idea to look back behind them, but TSM instead creeping up back behind Sonics right now, and this is such a big fight for TSM. They need to secure this one as they go forward. Looking around, they do spot out. They see Tickleton manage to line in the shots. It's going to be Luke 12 gets the knock on to Tig, and there we go. TSM starting to move forward. Couple of shots now going to go back over to H-Win, and there it is. It's a lineup 4v4 for the end. TSM versus Hardshifts. TSM already knows where Hardshifts at. First shot's going to come through. Alo gets knocked onto D-Treats, and it is a quick push forward. TSM wanting to get control. Birdie Curdy was joking about on social media. Is he going to main the M249? Well, it looks like that's going to be the case. Penta did go down,
way.
but the shots are going to come out from him. TSM 2 members up. Looking back into J-Sync's positioning. Got to be careful around this one. It's essentially a 2v2 at the time. J-Syncs and Chuba playing the high side of the hill. Looking around, trying to see if they can spot out what's going on. Chuba trying to regroup.
JSAC just trying to run the clock down a little bit here as and potentially in a spot to get 4 strong once again. Kurt bleeding out. JSAC now comes through, but Penta's in a position to spot this out. Chuba actually gets the nade on, it's going to flush out Kurt.
A lot of damage exchange between the two. J-Sync does go down. Chuba moving forward right now. Did he get enough information? There is a weakened Penta on that angle. Is he going to be able to spot it out? Does get the down, but it's right as everybody's starting to pop back into a fighting position. TSM spots out. Alo goes down. Luke 12, though, manages to spot it, and TSM gets 9 kills and the round victory in a very close fight at the end of this.
I don't want to call it just yet, but quick math, I think 7 kills and the win was going to tie them. That there... 3 wins back to back, and the last being 9 kills. I think TSM have just taken it, Matt. That is absolutely insane. What a way to close out the group stages.
That is just absolutely nuts coming up from these guys. We're not going to go to a break, guys. We're going to let everything begin to stack up as we start.
I want to see the leaderboards.
Yeah, we want the leaderboards. We're not going anywhere. We're in for a nail biter right now. With Zenith going down in the positioning that they went at, it's so hard to say because I feel like there was Zenith died whenever we were watching the fight with ATC to the north.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly where that broke down and who died first. I wasn't paying attention to it at that level. And at the time, I wasn't thinking it was going to be that pivotal. But Buck, that could be it. A couple of seconds could be the difference.
Yeah, it is literally by 2 points, I'm pretty sure. That is absolutely heartbreaking if you're Zenith, because they had a miracle run, man. They had some really, really solid games. Again, started off so strong tonight. Almost felt, at that point, halfway through, they deserved it. Come into match 4 and 5, TSM absolutely swept it off the feet.
I mean, we were joking whenever we were talking about TSM has to get 19 points per game for the next 3 games. That is so hard. But God, they managed to line it through there. You can see as it rolls, Zenith, any trolls in chat, and then it is just the TSM show for 3 rounds.
Yeah, crazy. It's been a while since we've seen a three-peat. Somebody going 3 games in a row, at least in the North America sub-region. Just insane performance from them. Didn't put a foot wrong.
I mean, Zenith taking those early casualties made this so much more difficult for them. And I know we're talking about a lot TSM, Zenith. Those are the guys that are playing. But let's be real. Oath also had themselves a phenomenal run to get to this point. They just had to kind of sit back and watch. And the fact, I know once we get done with this, we're going to be seeing a little bit of spice coming out on social media from Oath as things go forward. But I'm still caught up with the fact that Purdy Curdy was running the M249 at the end of this.
Yeah. What a way to close out as well. Kurt finds like a prone full spray knock onto whoever it was. Was it Lobes in the disc? I can't remember who it was, but just hits the deck and finds the full auto spray, man.
I was just caught up in M249, and so I don't even know. Like, this is so close between these teams. I'm just sitting there waiting for CD to pop in my ear and just give us an idea on what we're looking at. But remember, as everything has gone through, right now, I'll just give you an idea of what we're looking at in the future. Top 6 teams from this lobby go into the grand finals. Top 6 teams from the LATAM go on to the grand finals. That leaves 4 spots. 7 through 14 in both North America and LATAM then move into the last chance qualifier that is going to be this weekend to compete for those last 4 spots. Then everything goes to the grand finals with LATAM, North America fighting it out. As I'm kind of curious. I feel like the Latin American fans are going to be a little bit conflicted, as now they kind of have to root for a North American team as well in Zenith.
Yeah, a little bit of a conflict of interest with that. I mean, Sparking brings his own fan base, but not sure if I heard that right. I think we actually have the overall leaderboard ready here, Matt. And well, actually, no. So the game. I got ahead of myself there. I heard scores and I started panicking.
All right, so we're going to try to go through this as fast as possible. Shout out TSM, 3rd round in a row. Any trolls in chat, 13 kills, man. 13 kills, roaming the map. Big plays from them. Sonics getting pivotal kills there towards the end for themselves as well, with Tig lighting up and getting some amazing kills of his own. I love everything that's going on with this, but let's be real. The next one is where everybody wants. CD, I hope we've got that one ready. Can we look at our overall? TSM manages to get it by 2 points. Hypoc. Zenith gets 2nd place.
That's just crazy to close it out. And as well, they come out with 16 dinners. So they close out that bounty in the final day, picking up 3 wins back to back. Just absolutely insane from the guys. What a first performance as well under the banner. It's just so fantastic to see them.
Zenith made it hard for them. And I mean, Oath had such a lead moving into this. Sure, they had the extra games on it, but Sonic's Spicy Fish, Ascendance to round it out. And let's not shy away from Ascendance and how well they've been playing to move into this stage. Back behind that, our teams that are going to be going on to last chance qualifiers are any trolls in chat: Judge, Veritas, Eternity, Guadalajara Gas Cans, Afromaniacs, TAC 8, and the Rumblers managed to hold on to positioning.
Yeah, the Rumblers just squeezing through in the final, won a 4-point gap with no cap. Where it came out to. What a finish as well, man. Again, Comets going out very early. There were so many teams that still could have fought for this. Like I said, True Sight could have had themselves an 11-point game and closed that distance as well in the final, but it wasn't to be this time around.
I'm just still coming down to the last game. TSM putting on a show. Kills bounty popping off. And look at how... Is everything just going to be this freaking close, Cyborg?
Yeah, I guess so. 4 players, Kickstart, Snakers, Tiggleton, and Penta, all tied up on 40, but it's Sparking after a fantastic day from him. Just started off so strong, like I said, looked fantastic out there, and he's going to get himself the kills bounty.
Picking up a couple of cash put in his pocket. Shout out to Sparking, making a phenomenal appearance fighting in North America. Damage, though, is going to go over to Tiggleton.
Shocker.
On a
Shocker.
Show there. I mean, it's pretty close, and then there's Tig.
Yeah. Yeah, actually really, really close. Look at that. 7-7-4-2 down to 7-1-4-3 is separated Sparking to Balfrost there. But Tiggleton, no surprises. The Mini 14 farmer himself in the mid-game. Going to get himself the damage bounty.
Let's move on. Assists. The unsung hero of PUBG is going to go over to Luke 12, narrowly topping out Norcus. And I feel like that last round might have had something to do with Norcus' positioning.
Yeah, definitely had something to do with it there. It's at least one member of TSM. Well, one member of TSM individually. Usually it'll be the kills one we look for a TSM player. But this time around, Luke 12 will take the assists. And I mean, we already know the answer to the winner chicken dinner bounty, but let's see it.
TSM. Oath right back behind that one. And that's just kind of been the story of looking at TSM, Oath, Zeniths. Sonics have been pulling up some big plays, but it feels like moving into the grand finals, it's all going to change up again, guys. And that's where everything resets and we shift into a whole different way of playing this whenever we've got all of America is coming together. So looking at it right now, you see going to the grand finals, TSM, Zenith, Oath, Sonics, Spicy Fish, and Ascendants.
Yeah, and obviously we're still waiting on the LATAM group stages to conclude. I know they had a couple of delays this evening, unfortunately, so we don't have those names just yet, but that will be concluding this evening, so we will have an answer for you later on.
Go ahead and take a quick look at the schedule, because I know you're used to seeing PUBG happen on weekends. I know I was. I messed up the schedule several times last weekend. So we've just finished out last chance qualifiers, though. You can see on schedule when to tune in, and those are all, I believe, on Eastern time, correct? Oh, not Eastern, Pacific time. I always want to say Eastern whenever I'm thinking about LA time, and I don't know why.
Yeah, well, as that gets underway, obviously on Saturday. You see here the last chance qualifier teams come through. Still waiting on the LATAM group stage to conclude, but ATC, Dodge, Veritas, Eternity, Guadalajara, Gascans, Afromaniacs, Tactical 8, and Rumblers will be going from the North America sub-region.
Guys, it's time to start closing everything out. We want to make sure to give you time to jump over, check out what's going on in LATAM, see how everything's going to be stacking up for
Still
last
two
chance
games,
qualifier and the
I
grand
think,
final. Yeah,
Matt.
there's still some action to go. So if you've been enjoying this, go pop over to the other side of it. Make sure you stay tuned in what's going on. You can see the leaderboard as it's stacked right now. Latin Dominus feeling pretty good about themselves, but let's be honest, what just happened? It just, you never know.
Yeah, yeah. So actually, it looks pretty close by. I'm probably going to head over and watch the end of that as well. This is obviously after match 28, so still an opportunity to catch the conclusion.
All right, IPOC, any last thoughts before we cut everybody out and let them go jump over and watch some Latin American action?
I mean, the ones that talk about it the most, man, TSM close out the group stages with a win. They're the ones that talk about the curse. So we'll have to see if it's in effect once again in 2021, man.
Just for everybody that's watching, what's the curse?
You win group stages, you don't win the finals.
It just seems to happen so much. Guys, tune in last chance qualifiers. You know that this was nuts. It's just going to get nuts as it goes. Going to give you even more PUBG action. So hopefully we will see you this weekend. But with that, thank you so much for tuning in, and to all the teams that did not qualify and didn't make it in last chance qualifier, keep your heads up, and we hope that we see you competing again, qualifying in more events. See you guys soon.